I hope the music isn't too loud. I hope I'm not too loud. I did some fiddling with the audio because I noticed that my microphone was not registering as loud as it usually did, and it's at full volume, so I was like, what's happening? So I fiddled with some things so that it sounds louder. I hope I'm still clear. I hope that everything still sounds okay. Let me know if it isn't. Also, just like in general, I know that a lot of the people that are watching this watch after the fact. A lot of people aren't watching live. If there's anything that I can do differently just in my streams, I understand that you can't give live feedback when it's happening to say, hey, maybe not do that. But if you could just, there is the thing in the chat that prompts people, if you have anything that you want to suggest about my streams or my shop, or in general, just like things that you like or don't like about the stream, feedback would be very much appreciated, because the climb to affiliate has been slow going. There was a little bit of a bump because I started like advertising that I was trying to do that, and so people started following, and I was I guess doing things that were interesting. I feel like I'm still doing interesting things, and I feel like there are people that are watching this that are not following. So I guess my question is, why? What 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 does a follow mean to you? And what could I do differently to have you follow? Because in general, I try and stream to my schedule. Lately, it's been more of like my schedule is more of a suggestion lately, which isn't exactly how I like it, but I don't know, my schedule's just been a little funky, so my streaming has been a little funky. But yeah, I guess yesterday I went to a mixer, right, for people in the area, artists trying to get connections and get some needs met, right? And a lot of people there were musicians, which was really cool, but a lot of them didn't really have good connections for me, I guess. But the thing that I asked people was, so essentially as presented, I'm getting a lot better at bringing people to my page. I can see people visiting and viewing my page. But people aren't buying things. So what can I do differently? What's missing? Trying to figure out that missing piece, that gets people to say, wow, this is worth it for me. Let me get this because it speaks to me. I don't know what to specifically do differently. And I don't want to try a bunch of different things trying to get some sort of response, because at the end of the day, that would be a lot of different costs. Maybe not financially, but just mentally, trying to do differently, because at this point I'm doing what I'm comfortable doing, which is cool. I have to get out of my comfort zone at some points, but I don't want to live outside of my comfort zone. My comfort zone is, well, here's the thing. My comfort zone is discomfort, because anxiety be like that. When I'm in a comfortable place, my mind says, whoa, but should you really be comfortable? Isn't there something you could be worried about? And so with that in mind, a lot of the time I thrive or feel comfortable in spaces that are dynamic, that are otherwise not going to be some consistent thing because my body and mind are like consistency. I don't trust it. Where's the problem? And you know, that's me. A lot of people like consistency. A lot of people see no problem in consistency, and that's cool. That's cool. I do. So I keep trying to say that I really want my niche to be no niche, and I don't know how to. I think that because of that, it's hard to get people to be interested and stay continuously interested, and I understand that. Like, you might come for one thing, and I'm not always doing that thing, and that can be frustrating, maybe not want you to follow. If it's about the notifications, you can turn those off. If it's about me being diverse in my content, I'm sorry. I don't plan on changing that anytime soon. It will always be some sort of crafting that's happening. There will always be some sort of gaming that's happening. I don't plan on having this stream be one thing, because at the end of the day, I like to do both things. And I like being able to engage with people on those things that I love. So yeah, that's that. I'm gonna keep saying this until it's no longer true. I've got a sale going on my shop for 25% off because I got a sale at the studio that I put my things in, the consignment shop. I got a sale there, so I was like, oh wow, that's wild. So I put a sale on my Etsy shop so that things could get sold, because right now I'm trying to see what is interesting, so I'm hoping that with this sale there's at least one purchase so I can see what people are gravitating towards. And maybe market things differently. I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, let me just get into the crafting, because this is just me talking and asking questions and talking and asking questions, but there's no one really here to say or respond to what I'm saying. Unless you're gonna say something, that'd be cool, but like, I understand if you don't. I don't really, it's not even something that I really want answers in real time about. I would like to have them recorded somewhere, so if you can type them in the chat or put them in the suggestion box, that's cool. But really, I'm just asking these questions because I know that if I put them in the beginning, they'll most likely get heard, because a lot of people, I believe, watch this as a VOD, and I hope that you watch the beginning. Maybe you skip to like the part that you want to see. That's also possible. I don't know how people watch my streams. That's the thing. I'd really love some feedback. I love feedback of any sort. It would be so appreciated. I'm gonna see if I can set up this camera though. Hold on. What needs to be changed? How off kilter is it for me? Doop 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 doop. I don't like how this looks. It's a little too crooked for me. Is that better? Yes. But why does it look... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make it larger so you can see what I'm fiddling with. It looks like it's tilted in a weird way. I feel better about this. Yeah, we're gonna keep this. Let's turn on the light. Sorry about that. And get it popping. Yep. Yep. Migration. Where's my water? I have to get my water bottle too. What are you? I got new molds, they're cute. Little Zodiac kitties. I'm gonna dust them and dust this mold and do mostly clear for all of this and the other side because I did the first rim yesterday. It was nice and smooth and pretty. And now I'm gonna do the other side. But both rims are nice and round and pretty. I'm gonna continue making Fight Me earrings until the day is blue. I don't know. I don't know how that phrase usually ends. I was just saying something. Yep, that's the plan today. Honestly, we're just gonna get into it. The thing is, I only have the small containers clean right now. So it's gonna be a bunch of tiny pours as opposed to like one large pour to do everything, which will be good and bad. It means I'll have more control over things, but it'll mean a lot of cleaning in the end. Like, this won't be a small pour. I'll probably need one container just for these. I'm hoping to use no more than 3. Let me open my laptop. Open. Yeah, let's just get into it. Ooh. Do I open a window before this time? I don't know. Let me get tape, because this mold's got a lot of stuff on it. Much better. Look how much stuff was on that. Do you see all that? That was almost mold. I don't know where that came from. Whew, okay. Excuse me. I don't want to use this. It's gonna be too small. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use my biggest one, but we're not gonna fill this nearly as much as we have in the past, because that has been far too much. Definitely causing flash curing, like just bad news all around. I think we're gonna do 300 and see what happens with 300. Ugh, my hands are already gross because these containers are gross because I don't clean them. I'm a mess. Okay, time to mix. Ugh, wow, I really, wow. Oh, you know what though? I made so much resin like I was going to pour everything at once, but I didn't do any dusting yet. So we're gonna have to do something different, I don't know. Or work really, really quickly to dust. Like, ooh. Ooh, yeah, we can't do this mold. Yeah. I like to mix until every scrape I do is clear. And it doesn't create any more streaks in the resin. Now we're just gonna let this sit for a little bit. Let some of the bubbles come out. Dust some of these molds while we're here. Oh, where's my glitter? These are two different colors that are both called sky blue. And the difference is one is solvent resistant, but they're the same company, which is interesting to me. I'm not quite sure what solvent resistance does to a pigment. Boop, boop, boop. Or a glitter, I mean. My bad. kick the camera. Nope. Quick, 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 quick. This is not as quick as I'd like. Do 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 do. But I really wanted to pour into these molds today. Sew. What is that? Get out. Really hope this resin doesn't flash cure on me. Okay. Where's my heat gun? Heat gun? Oh. Heat gun? Don't know why I sounded so loud. Okay. First, we lay down a foundation for the foil. Oop, there goes the heat gun. Oop. Now, no bubbles underneath the foil. Boop. How did I want the foil organized on this tray? Oriented, not organized, oriented. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Nope, that wasn't enough. But this should be. No, maybe not. But this for sure is. Okay. This is when it gets kind of stressy, scary. I might actually need to pour more things. How did I want to do this one today? I'm not sure. But I am gonna pour some of this anyway. Just so that it's somewhere else. Even if I don't actually finish this or put anything else in this today. I need to get rid of some of this resin so it doesn't flash cure in this pot while I am doing all this nitpicky stuff over here. Because I have to... Ooh, let me not use this big craft stick. Let me use the handy dandy tiny boy. Ooh, well that went over the edge. And I still poured too much in one spot. That's completely covered with resin right now. Ugh, let me not sit on my heat gun. Ugh. up. Too much there. It's like impossible for me to avoid getting resin in these spots. I really want to say that I can do it. And it is a matter of patience, but it's also like this mold, this design is just, it just favors, there's a lot of tiny spots for resin to just overflow. All these tight corners. Ugh, that's one. Actually, I'm gonna do the rims first. So I'd really like to have these trays finished. They take up a lot of real estate on these mats. They're pretty big. Yeah, I'd much rather have the rims done.
I had a feeling that might happen. I dropped resin on here. So we're just gonna accept that there's resin here now. Make a new bottom. Okay, that's taking care of most of it. There's still 100 milliliters left. These are so messy. There's just too much falling off at once. These are ugly. They're so fucking ugly. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna cover it completely. Covering completely. I'm covering it completely. Which is actually gonna be even worse because there's latex on the back and it's gonna pull and make it look even weirder. Oh, I hate this. That was such a bad choice. And there's nothing I can do about it now. Fuck. I just, up on this pair. Also, they need to stop moving around as much. They're acting like they're picking up. I don't know why the resin is picking up the piece. I get it, you're an adhesive. Chill the fuck out. I'm glad these aren't customs for someone. I'm glad that nobody actually wants to buy these right now. I just made these because people might want to buy them. Cause oh my gosh, I'm so tired of these. I need a better mold of this because this design is killing me. I love the message, I love the look, but all these tight spots, like, do I just not dome them? I don't like the thought of that. I like being able to protect the paint. So there's gotta be a way. Maybe if I use a toothpick. But the toothpick doesn't pick up enough. I'm gonna have to do, this is gonna still take for fucking ever. Ah, this is gonna kill me. This is the last time I do so many of these back to back. Just stacking up all these to wait till a day I can dome them? No, absolutely not. Ugh, okay. I get it. I was just pouring too much. This one's doing just fine. Oh shit, till I put my finger in it. I'm afraid I'm gonna drop it. One more, one more, one more, one more, one more, one more. Final stretch, final stretch. You got it, you got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yep, that's the end of that, because if I keep messing with this, it's gonna kill me. We are going to... How much is left still? We're gonna pour... Ugh! We're gonna get a new glove. Get new gloves, period. We're gonna get 2 gloves plural. 2 gloves plural, because they're getting sticky and gross. Because I'm messy as fuck. Don't know how to put on gloves. Ah. This mold is very prone to having bubbles around the rim, so I'm trying to get them as easily as I can, but they're really hard to get. We don't really have time with this anymore. So I'm gonna do what I was gonna do. Last time I added moss, it was purple, and I also think that it's best to put it into the resin a little bit. I meant to really just dip it in there and maybe like just dip each piece as opposed to mixing it. But then I put all that was in my hand into the resin because I'm a goober. So we're just gonna try and get every piece covered in resin a little bit, because then they will not create new air bubbles in the resin when I put them in. Nah, this was a bad idea. This was not the approach that I should have taken to this. But we're here now. And I think every piece has been covered. This is gonna be really interesting. Especially because the resin is at the end of its working time. Yeah, I think this actually just made more bubbles in the whole thing. Oh man, okay. You know what I now want to do? Dump the whole thing because it's filled with micro bubbles, and also I don't want it to look like that. Now, I definitely don't have the time to just sit here and wait for all the bubbles to disappear. So instead, what I'm gonna do is add glitter so that the bubbles don't look so much like bubbles. They look like other things. Which could honestly just be worse. Because I don't really have time. Ooh! I don't have time. I don't have time. I didn't have time. This is gonna be a mess. What should I pour this into instead? I don't think this is a good idea to just pour into this. This is so bad. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. Let's do it! It's like if the swamp had the flu. And this is what it would sneeze out. Just mossy green goo. It's not gonna sink anywhere. Yeah, this wasn't a good idea. This wasn't a good idea at all. There's no more self-leveling to be had for this. It's just gonna exist. Yep, this is just gonna exist. I dusted these molds, but I don't really want to make more resin to fill them, but I think I do because I wanted to do these molds. Is there gonna be self-level? That would be interesting. Ugh, I'm just terrible with gloves. I hate them. But I also understand if I did what I was doing with them with my bare hands, it would be a bad move. So... I really don't know what's gonna happen with this guy. Feel like I should add more resin to it just to finish it. See what happens. I don't know. Maybe I wait, take it out of the mold, and then put it back in the mold, and then pour resin over it so that all the spots that don't have resin will get filled. This is a mess. But it's my mess. Too much heat on the mold? started smoking. Ooh. Oh man, sorry, I didn't see what. Oh wait, was that recent? Oh, thank goodness it was recent. I was like, did I miss this message? Because my laptop just decided that it doesn't want to stay on because it got unplugged. I'm glad I noticed because it'll just die without me noticing. It will give me 0 warning. Are these trays? Yes, these 2 are trays. They're double-sided. Oh, I need to make sure that this. Yes. Okay, cool. Charged. Beautiful. Dope. Yes. These 2 are trays. These are gonna be earrings, but I don't know if I'm gonna make them or finish them because of the shape of them, and all the little tiny tight spots there are, it's really hard to dome them. I really should just not dome them, but I like to protect the paint, right? So, it's just really hard to not have it spill over into all these tiny corners. So that's pretty much what happened today. I think every single one of them has like excess resin somewhere covering the open spots that it shouldn't have. And today on these trays, I poured the bottoms. I poured like clear resin over the bottom, to make the bottom have a nice finish. Because sometimes when I'm messing with these trays, I use dirty hands, or something will get on it because it's next to something else on the silicone mat, and so the rim or the bottom will have like smears of cured resin. It'll look real gross. Yeah. So I put an extra layer of resin down, and then I put resin on the rim because it makes it look pretty. And then I put foil on this one. So I didn't do anything with this one because this one was a custom, and this is what they wanted, so I'm not adding anything extra to this. This one is something that I just made, so I was like, let me put foil on this side because it has this really large blob of gold. It's just how the alcohol ink settled. And as nice as that can look, I just feel like it's unsightly, so I put a foil over top of it. And this guy is a shit show. I had extra resin, and I wanted to make sure that it didn't flash cure in the container because I was mixing in this big ass thing. And I didn't fill it or anything. It was maybe like 300 is what I had filled, but still it was a lot of resin. More than I needed, but also not enough at the same time. Like, I didn't get to fill these, but it was too much to pour at one time. So near the end of its working time, I poured it into this and was like, let me put moss in here. But then I remembered last time I put moss in this, there were a bunch of bubbles in between, and I read and learned that when you're doing resin with like pieces of nature, it's best to have them dipped in resin before you put them into a mold. So my goofy ass just dumped resin into the pot, or dumped moss into the resin pot and mixed it around. But since it was at the end of the working time, it was really gummy and gross. And then I poured it in here, and I didn't like it, so I poured it out. Because I was like, there are too many micro bubbles. Let me just add glitter to this so they aren't as noticeable. But it was at the end of its working time, so it was even more gummy. And so now I just have this like really interesting thing that I don't know. I have no idea what's gonna happen with it. Yeah, isn't the foil's really nice. It actually was like a freebie. I had ordered foils from Just a Phase Crafts, and that was like the last day that she was doing foils, and I was like, oh my gosh, but you have so many foils, and I was favoriting them, and you're telling me they're gonna be gone. So I bought them that day, and then I guess because she was getting rid of her foils, she just threw in extras, and this was one of them. So it was really cool. And yes, this container is huge. It was so... It's an interesting story. I had, you know what? Is this mold not level? Because I'm pretty sure this board is level. Yeah, the board's level, but the resin isn't level in here, so maybe the mold isn't level? Oh, that sucks. Anyway. Yeah, so... This was an interesting thing that came into my possession. I had purchased from the Acrylic Cottage during Cyber Monday a mystery blank sale, like a mystery blank bundle. And in the mystery blank bundle came this blank that had these 5 holes in it, right? But the holes were all the way, they didn't have a bottom or anything, so it was just this oval with all the holes in it, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this. I have no idea what to do with this. So I asked Elisa from the Acrylic Cottage to make a bottom for this thing, because she knew what she made and she could just make a bottom for it. And then also a housing so that I added the bottom to the blank that she gave me at first, using some acrylic glue, and then made the mold from that. And it's been interesting because I keep pouring it thinking it's cool looking, but I have no idea what to do with it. And then I brought one of them to the consignment shop because I was like, maybe you guys will know what to do with it. And they were like, oh yeah, this could be like a tea light holder, or like you could put little tiny pots in it, or maybe air plants. And I was like, oh wow, y'all, these are wonderful ideas. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with all of these ideas. Thank you for being so imaginative with things I didn't know what to do with. I don't even know why I'm bothering, because, like, at this point, the resin is so thick, and any bubble that's in here is not going anywhere. It's just not. I thought maybe I'd get something, and, like, maybe a couple bubbles pop, but for the most part, they're here for the long haul. Oh, but I can show you what it looks like finished. If this comes out okay, I'd be very happy. But let me show you one that I finished. Okay. So this is the first one that I did. I used purple moss because I was like, let me just see what it looks like with moss in it. And it looks really cool through this side. But when you look through this side, you can kind of see all the bubbles that kind of, because of the way this blank was made, the resin is liable to have bubbles just settle in the ridges between the different layers. So I have to be really careful or mindful of that, and I sometimes am not at all. So you can kind of see all these bubbles that kind of just, whoop, I hit the camera, that all just kind of stand in a row on the layers. And that's more noticeable where there's less moss. And I think in part that's just because I'm using a resin that isn't really meant to be poured this thick. I did it in 2 layers, but still, this is like, these are thick layers. And honestly, this is one really big layer, so it's most likely not even going to cure well, but we'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, you know what's so wild? Okay, so here's the thing, right? I was really nervous about selling things with bubbles because I was like, it's an imperfection. Oh my gosh. I need everything to be perfect. And I was sitting here like, why? When I'm telling so many people and myself all the time that perfect isn't real, why am I seeking perfection in things that are out of my control half the time? Like, yes, I can mix, but there's still going to be bubbles. And I can try and get as many as I can, but they're still gonna show up. And then when I went to the consignment shop and I saw other people's work of resin, and I was like, wait, there are bubbles on this. People sell with bubbles? That's wild. Wait. And then on Instagram, I'm seeing people and I'm like, wait, those have so many bubbles. Wait, is that the finished piece? People buy that? That's, yes! So I need to be less critical of my stuff because people aren't as critical as I am of the things that I'm making. And in fact, just see how cool they look. And I just see the things that I messed up. But that's just how I live my life. Oh yeah, and then this bottom part, because I was like, I don't even know what this is gonna look like. The bottom, I just added glow-in-the-dark glitter. So at night, the bottom will glow too. So it's cool. I just don't know. I just don't use candles or anything. And I'm also afraid because you're not really supposed to have heat around resin like that. It's not really heat resistant. So it would have to be like electric tea lights. But it would look really cool. I just don't use lights like that. I stay in the dark, honestly. I just keep all these lights on so that you guys can see things. But I live in the dark. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Honestly, at this point, I just want to even... I honestly just want to pour the whole thing and just forget about it and not even have to think about this at all. And just pull it out and never look at this again. I know it won't be terrible. I just am so frustrated with how I had to make it that I just don't want to look at it anymore. And then I was going to pour these, but that's okay. We'll see what happens. These containers are kind of tiny. We'll see how it goes. And I don't like using a bunch of containers because then I have to clean them all. And the more containers that I have to clean, the less frequently I do resin, you know? Dude, okay, so the glow-in-the-dark glitter that I have, I actually have like 4 or 5 different glow-in-the-dark glitters. I got 2 different ones. I got one from Michaels and one from Joanne in like the kids section. They had glow-in-the-dark glitter. And then I have some glow-in-the-dark pigments from Art and Glow, but they don't sparkle or anything. They're just pigment that you can add. And then the glow-in-the-dark glitter that I just showed, that one's from Glitter Hippo, which, like, Glitter Hippo has so many different glitters that do so many different things. They have sun-changing glitters, they have solar changing glitters, they have glow-in-the-dark, they have thermal, just a bunch of different things that go on in Glitter Hippo. But that one was called like Bedsheet Ghost or something. I have one of theirs that's called My Soul, and it's black with rainbows. It's great. It's holographic black. And I'm like, man, that is my soul. How did they know? I just is the best. So I immediately put it in my cart. You know what though? Actually, now that I'm doing a separate pour, maybe I won't use Total Boat. Maybe I'll use the other resin that I have because it's thinner and less liable to give me bubbles, and I'm tired of finding so many bubbles in my fight me mold. Yeah, dude, look them up. They have so many cool things. And if you get on their like newsletter, they'll send you texts about their deals, which is dangerous as hell. It's so dangerous. Because they're also, I don't know if it's the same people that own the company or they just have a really good relationship. Solar Color Dust, all of their stuff is usually on sale at the same time as Glitter Hippo stuff. And their stuff is also really cool. They have a lot more like solar changing things, but they also have some really intense holographic glitters. It's just insane. They're insane. Both of them. Yeah, I think you were using it today on your stream, right? As soon as you said that, I was like, oh yeah, that's literally the best type of holo. The best holographic is a black holo because you just put it somewhere and you're like, la-di-da, it's not gonna do too much, and then it makes... Holographic things just make everything better in my opinion. They're just fantastic. How much do I have? I have 30, but I don't think I have 40 of this, so we're just gonna close it right now. And use the rest at a later date. I hope I have enough of this one. Maybe you were talking about it on your stream today. I just remember you talking about a black holo glitter and me being like, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I need tinier star sticks. Actually, where do you get your stir sticks? Because they look thin and straight and reusable, and I'm kind of tired of using craft sticks. But I needed something straight, and I haven't really found any good stir sticks that I like. Because I initially got these craft sticks because I had thinner ones, and they were making it really hard to mix the larger containers that I had when I was doing larger pours. But now I don't have the thinner ones, and I also don't want to buy more craft sticks because I just don't like the idea of buying a bunch of wood to put plastic on it. It just doesn't. I don't like it. They are pretty small. I mean, they'd be helpful for things like this when I'm doing smaller pours, because there are times that I do like, I do usually make trays on larger things. Wait, when the fuck? There's a little hair there. A little hair there. Ugh. Where'd all these tiny hairs come from? They're not tiny hairs. They're tiny pieces of resin. Okay, I need to clean my space. This is a sign. If tiny pieces of resin are falling into other pieces. It's not a good look. Oh man, it's been a while since I used this one. I forgot how thin it was compared to Total Boat. I guess in my mind I thought silicone sticks weren't ideal because they'd be too flexible. Like how sturdy is this? I guess there are different hardnesses for silicone such that there could be sturdier sticks. I'm still gonna fucking put heat to this. Does it change anything? I truly can't tell. Oh, a metal rod through the center. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, this is so... It's so bizarre for me. So like... The resin that I'm used to has a working time of like 30 minutes, cures to hardness or tack free in 24 hours, but then is fully cured in 72. Total Boat is not that way. It's just cured in 24 hours. You're done with it. That's it. It's cured. Which means that it doesn't take as long for it to get solid. Which means that its pot life is a lot shorter. It's like 20 minutes tops. I don't like that. Because I take so long to do things. Today, I mixed the resin before doing all this dusting and was like, wait, I'm not ready. I don't know what color I want this to be. I'm going to make these into magnets. I just don't know what color I want the magnets to be on the back. Because I dusted them, so they're really not going to have too much on the front. I don't know. Maybe I'll use a mica. I've been using alcohol inks a lot. I know why I've been using them more often. They're easier for me to reach. I just had the... I'm not going that far for this. I have to get a chair to reach this. I don't want to do this right now. That must be what happens when and why I don't use mica that often. Doop 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 doop. I kind of want to do something that I tried to do one time when I was rushing. Maybe... So what I did was I put alcohol ink in it and then just didn't mix it completely. So it did this like swirly do job. My fear is if I don't mix it completely, that there might be portions of the resin that have too much alcohol ink and then it won't cure correctly. But look how cool that looks in the pot. Okay. How do I want to do this? Ah! Okay. Well, that's a bubble. Ah! Whoa. I definitely wasn't paying attention. Ah. Dude, don't be afraid of alcohol inks. I'm afraid of paint, but it's a matter of, knowing when you've used too much. Which, honestly, even when I know I've used too much, I still pour that much, because I'm like, it'll be okay. It'll cure eventually. But also, I don't know. I mean, they do really cool things. So in the same way that you get like this kind of glassy thing with paint sometimes, you can get that with alcohol ink in a way that you can't get with mica. Which is cool, and I really appreciate. This isn't enough for another one of those, so I'm not completely sure what I'm about to do with these guys, but I am gonna stack them. I think it has to be something tiny. Whoa. I don't think this tiny though, actually. Hold on. I have to get up. Oy. Oy. Yeah, and honestly, I wish that I had known about Alcoholics earlier, because I had a custom request for some gems and was really trying to get some sort of translucent look, because they were like, can you make it look more like a gem? And I'm like, gems don't always have to be translucent, but if that's what you mean, say that. And then also, I didn't know how to do it. I was getting really frustrated because I would add so little mica. I would just be sitting there being like, okay, what amount can I add to this to make it translucent? And the minute you try and add some mica to give it some color, you've got you got opacity. Like that's it. And then I start learning about alcohol inks and using those, and I'm like, wait a second. If you add a bit of this, you can just have a little glassy gem-looking crystal type thing, I guess. Cool, yeah, cool. Now I know. But I didn't know then, and it was really frustrating. And I had to cancel that order because I couldn't create what they were after. And I couldn't make things that I was happy with. And that kind of sucked. Like, when I talk about... Okay, so here's the thing, right? We were just talking about bubbles and what's tolerable. In the surface of a crystal, having bubbles is not ideal. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, if I had just learned about other ways to color resin. I hadn't really learned too much about how to color resin other than mica, and honestly was intimidated by alcohol ink at that moment because everybody was doing really cool things with it, and I was like, I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. It's out of my reach. You know, time, patience, new materials. Bingo bango. Alcohol ink. Not so scary. It's just like, I don't know, there are certain things, right, that once you realize that it's not you, and it's the material or the way that, like, or the age of the material or something, like, once you realize it's not you, it's just so much nicer. 'Cause I spend so much time blaming myself for shit I didn't do. Just to feel bad. Like, why? I like that okay, so usually I make these very dark. I think that I'm gonna make them more window pane glass-like more often because it allows me to see all the bubbles that get caught in the letters. And that happens so often, it creates so many holes in the letters. I usually have one in the M. Just a mess. Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting. Woo! Okay. I thought I was gonna have enough resin to pour over here, and I didn't. I didn't even fill up this, and do I make another 80 milliliters? I don't have it of that resin. It would have to be Total Boat. And I can't say I want to pour Total Boat into these molds right now. It's so damn thick. Ooh, but I have, okay, so I still, it's on the way. I'm just waiting on it to be in my house. The platinum clear, the stuff from the epoxy resin store. So we'll see. We'll see if I have some brittleness. We'll see what happens. I am looking forward to seeing if some of your pieces break. I mean, I'm not trying. That sounded like I'm looking forward to your pieces breaking, but I'm not. I'm looking forward to seeing if what they said about the resin is true, in that it creates brittle pieces. Oh, something to update though, because you asked me what they had made and I hadn't known. I asked them. They made everything. They made a tray, they made jewelry, and then a third thing that I can't remember. But when they went to paint the tray, the line work stayed just fine, but it also stayed everywhere else. Like, they could not wipe away the excess paint even with alcohol. So it was wild. But then they also said that they got a refund because the resin didn't work like it should, but also that when they bought it and opened the lid, that it was brown on the inside. And I was like, huh, that doesn't sound like something resin should do. So maybe it was a bad batch. I'm really hoping that it was a bad batch. And since you've had experiences with it for, like, this is your second bottle of it, I'm hoping that what she just had was a bad batch. But yeah, I'm hoping that they're not brittle. I'm hoping that your pieces don't break. And I'm hoping that the issue was that it was just bad resin and nothing to do with anything that any of us could do. And not that it's bad resin inherently, just that they had made a bad batch. Because I've never, like, either the resin would have to be very old, or I don't even know, because resin is clear. Like, every part of resin is clear until it becomes old and starts yellowing, but brown, that's like advanced yellow. I don't know where that would come from other than something being wrong. Yeah. Well, no, I think they bought it directly from the seller because they got a refund for it. So either they bought it from the seller, got a refund, or they bought it from a reseller and got a either way, like, they were able to get their money back. So it must have been some sort of reputable something. Maybe it was Amazon, maybe not. I didn't ask that detail because at the end of the day, like, I don't know what was wrong with it, but it must have been a problem with the resin, and I'm hoping that it was just that bottle. Cause yeah, I mean, surely epoxy goes bad because if you have it for too long, even without opening it, you're gonna have issues. Yeah, but that's the update on the comments that I got about buying the resin, because I was scared. I scared you a little bit. My hope is that it was actually just a bad batch. And I'm hoping that your pieces are strong and sturdy and will be able to handle being thrown around your house like other pieces that you make, because I feel like that's an important thing. If you're going to be making something that is made out of a durable plastic, even if it's super thin, like, it should be able to withstand dropping, because otherwise it's not like a really legitimate sturdy material. And I don't know how you make weak epoxy. Like, I don't know what a weak epoxy looks like. That just seems weird. But, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, do I keep pouring? I don't know. I kind of want to keep pouring because I kind of want to just get this guy over with. I want to finish pouring these. I made space sodas, and I didn't really think I was going to make space sodas. My upstairs neighbor has a husky, and huskies are really vocal dogs. Whenever my neighbor leaves, the husky is just crying. Crying. It hurts all the time. Right, so like that's the thing too. Different resins are made for different things, so like surely they're going to be more or less yellowing depending on, because I think maybe art resin, which is one that has been formulated and advertised to be sold for covering pieces, right? That one is pretty non-yellowing because at the end of the day, if it's going over canvases, you don't want it to yellow your painting. Tabletop epoxies are made to be waterproof and scratch resistant because they're going to be on surfaces that are used with liquids and utensils, and it needs to be durable. But when it has to be one thing, you compromise on another thing. So that's how that goes. With tabletop epoxies, they are strong, but they're thick. Really hard to get bubbles out of. Are those bubbles? Hold the fuck up. Is it too late? Is it too late? Is it too late? It's not too late, but those bubbles are in the bottom, like not what I just poured. They're in the thing that I poured, like the original tray, so I can't do anything about them. Okay. Whew. Coast is clear. I can't do anything about that now. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. But do I use tabletop? Yeah, okay. I use tabletop. Let me have it so that it's facing me so I can see how much I'm pouring. I make 100 and hope that it doesn't be too much, because doesn't. Hope it isn't too much. Doesn't be too much. I don't know, that sentence didn't feel right coming out of my mouth. Ah! Ooh. Because I don't really have space for more molds. What just happened? Oh, nothing to worry about. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna scrape this on here. Woo! Whew! Buddy, oh buddy. Okay. Do I use the other side of the stick right now? Yes. definitely should not have filled this to 100. I usually don't. Don't know why I did. Was a terrible mistake. Oh my goodness. I just remembered that. Okay, so Synstone relics. You were talking about your weather and how it can't handle 80-degree weather. And that it is better at 90-degree weather. And I'm sitting here thinking what kind of working time I would have with my resin if at the like 60, 70 degrees that I'm working with in my apartment was 90 degrees. Like I don't think I would get anything made. I think all of the resin would just be like it would just go kaput. It'd say wait. This is going to accelerate my reaction post haste. And then I would have nothing. It would just be it just, oh my goodness. Because one time I tried warming up the Total Boat resin in front of my heater, and it was nice because when I was mixing, it was easier to mix, and the bubbles disappeared quicker. It was just less viscous in general. But then I had like half the time that I thought I did to work with it, and it was really annoying. And already it's got like 20 minutes, so I was like, wait. I'm not ready. 10 minutes is gone. I was scared. It was a really rough go of things. So I cannot imagine. Although maybe, well, okay, so here's my question / confusion right now. People are using these resins all over the place. $20 mils on a couple of flash cure? Oh no. That's no. No. That's I sneezed 20 mils of resin. Because of the literally just like the moon that I make that's the same size. Oh, did I spill on my hand? I did. The moon that I make that's this size, just the bottom of it is 100 milliliters. So that's... I don't sneeze. If I sneezed resin, that'd be scary, but you know what I mean? If things would flash cure in that small amount, I can't imagine what they would do in the large amounts that I'm pouring. Oh gosh, resin's scary. Oh, I'm gonna pull out the mic. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I've noticed that I mean, it's a very solid system. I've noticed that you have like trays of small and big things and you kind of work that way and just make things as you go. Like I said earlier, I don't like using a lot of containers because it's a lot of cleanup and then I don't do resin as often. And I don't like that. So I try and use as few containers as possible. Which means that my initial mixes and pours are usually very large, so I try and start with... Ooh! Ooh! Micah going everywhere. Micah was flying! There is definitely now mica on the surface of these trays. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so usually when I pour or mix a lot of resin at once, I will pour the large trays first. And then pour the smaller things next. I just work my way down that way. Unless the small things will take a lot of time to pour or do like detail work on, then I'd do like 2 big things, small things, big things, small things. Kind of alternate that way. Man, I know. The storms were really messing up your stream. I was really trying to keep up and then it would just stop. And I wasn't sure if it would come back. Yup, that's Micah. I can't even do anything about that. That just exists there now. But oh my goodness, yeah. You were doing really cool things. You keep talking about making black and gold things, but then there wasn't enough time for it. And I was excited to see some things come out, and it was really cool what I saw. No, I mean, I understand. I would not have given up either. Because I would have been like, this needs to work. Everything's sort of working. It's gotta work. Why isn't it working? And I would have just been... I just would have spent forever trying to make it work. Because it was also really confusing, right? Like, it would say that you were streaming, but then also not work. It was or closed captioning wouldn't work, or just like something would be off. It was very confusing. Yeah, okay, I'm glad, because I at least saw the one you did with the Death Tarot. Which also that mold is just awesome. The ones that you were wearing on stream were adorable, and then I'm pretty sure those black and gold ones are gonna come out cool as hell. It's just it's a cool mold. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, no, we were talking about them maybe last week, 2 weeks ago. You were talking to me about Alley Cat Crafts. Because they also make the Darkos, the Donnie Darkos, the bunnies that you have. Oh, when did that get there? Be gone. I really hope this still levels out. I hate that. I hate little things getting in the pieces. Ah. It's because there's too much junk on my what's it called? My mat. Yeah, no, I mean, in my opinion, if a mold is priced at a certain point, there's a reason. Like, I don't know if I've seen overpriced molds, but I also haven't looked that much for molds. Like, I only look where I've seen other people buy molds from, or at least like I've seen what it can make. I don't particularly like buying things blind. Ah! I just broke this toothpick. Trying to move. Try to move some of these things. Some of the pieces of moss were poking out, and I didn't want them to mess up the surface. Because then, because then there will be a weird bump on the bottom of the thing, and maybe it won't sit level, and I'm trying to make it as level as possible. Oh, wait, okay, so what you're saying is I can't actually move this? Because I keep poking it down, thinking that means something, and it just keeps rising back up. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it takes a lot of work to make a mold, so having it not come out good is hard. But if you're like me and are working on a changing table, then everything you do isn't level, and then all the molds you make, every piece you pour for like a good while isn't level. Yeah. No. You want to say no, but it's surely the truth. Everything that I've been pouring isn't level. And then, of course, well, not anymore. Not anymore, because your girl got some leveling boards, and now the table is not the problem. It's my ability to make the levels level. But for the most part, things are doing okay. Like, my first test of using the leveling board was to make magnets and see if the magnet would drift, because every time I tried to make magnets prior, the magnet, when I put it onto the back, would just drift somewhere else because of just the terrible unlevelness of the table. But then I made magnets on the leveling board, and that thing didn't move a fucking inch. Didn't even move a centimeter. It was beautiful. So I know that the table could mess me up, but since I got the leveling board, things have been better. I haven't remade any of the molds that I made prior because I don't have silicone right now. Because silicone is expensive, and the deal that I had was only for your first time buying that silicone. And I didn't know that, so now I'm like, do I really want to pay full price for this? Is there any way I can get a deal? So I've just been scoping, looking for sales. So that's kind of where I've been in terms of making molds happen. I've just been pouring resin because resin is something that is a little bit cheaper than silicone, and it's more likely that I can sell a resin piece than a mold, because I'm not really advertising myself as one or the other, but I have far more resin things that I've been making. But that could change. I don't know. I have been... So, right, I have a blank for this, so I could make a mold of this at any time. I have a blank for the tray, so I could make another one of these at any time. But some of these things, like, I don't have a blank for this or this, because these were other people's works. And trying to make a new mold for this would require either making a piece and recasting, which I don't like doing because it's kind of fraudulent to just make another mold from somebody else's product. So, yeah, I've only done it once, and it was because I had bought one thinking I only want one, and then I was like, no, I want to make these earrings, and I forgot where I had bought the first one, so I was like, let me make a second so that I can have two and pour them at the same time. But I haven't done it since because I just don't like the idea of it. There are other things that I have blanks for that I need to re-pour molds for, like the sun dish that I have. This is the most recent one that I made. I made it yesterday, and I was like, why am I feeling so green? Oh, St. Patrick's Day. So I made this one. I have the blank for this, so I can make another mold, and I probably will, because at first I was like, oh yeah, this is so cool, this is so cool, this is great. And then one day, aka this morning, even though I've made like 10 of these, I recognized that... Where is it? Yeah, so here, there's excess resin in this little corner. It's hard to see because I cut it. But there's like excess in this little bit. It should look like this, just a straight line, but instead it looks like this. And I thought, oh my gosh, wait, is this a bubble? Did I pour it incorrectly? And I'm like, wait, no. A bubble would mean that there wasn't resin there. This is a bubble in the mold. So I need to re-pour the mold to actually get rid of that. I touched this piece with resiny gloves, and now it's got resin on it. Cool, cool. Yeah, I mean, I love the sun design. I really love it. I got it from someone who was destashing because they were changing. They were Slice and Bison. They were doing resin things, but they stopped doing resin things, and now they make clay things pretty much exclusively because it's fewer equipment things and less PPE and everything that you need to work with those. So I bought the blank from them, and now I can make a sun dish. But the mold that I made, I guess I didn't notice that was something that happened, so... And also, at the end of the day, maybe I don't need to make another mold because nobody notices that until... And I didn't even notice it because I've made 10 of them and didn't even notice it until this time. So that's why it's not really a priority to make a new mold, but I would like to make one at some point. Yeah. I did everything but this one. And this one is my sign. Gemini. It's a cat looking in the mirror. It's just... I really like the way in which people interpret the twin sign because there are a lot of ways that it can exist. I have this tray. Well, not a tray, it's a flat. That I didn't have space to pour to dome today because of all the shit that I did. But look at this. This is another Gemini thing. And I put hollow on it because hollow every day forever. Is that latex? Yes. And like, is it vanity to have so many things for Gemini? Maybe, but like, it's my sign, and I like the way that people do creative things with it. I really like this whole series of Zodiac kitties, honestly. So it's cats doing Zodiac related things. Gemini cat's looking in the mirror. The Aquarius cat is scooping up a cup of water. The Pisces cat has a mouthful of fish. Wait, did I say that right? No, I didn't. The Pisces one has a lot of fish. The Aquarius one is water. Wait. I don't actually maybe wait. I don't remember which ones I bought and I covered them, so now I can't see. One of them is carrying arrows. One of them is carrying a scale. One of them is looking in the mirror. One of them is holding fish. One of them is holding a cup of water. Did I already say that one? Maybe, I don't know. That's 5. So I have Libra, Gemini, Pisces, Aquarius. No. Did I say one twice? I definitely did. Because one has a tail and it's doing yoga. That's the Scorpio one. I definitely said the one having water twice. Ooh, I'm not good at listing things off in my mind. I need to write things down for them to actually exist as lists. And even then, I don't really recognize them as lists because I get overwhelmed when I see it all listed down and I say, oh my gosh, wait, is that all stuff I have to do? Oh. So me and lists is just don't get along. Gemini, Aquarius, Scorpio, Libra, Pisces. Libra, Pisces. Aquarius? Wait, did I not get the Libra one? Wait, that seems like too many. Did I not get the Pisces one? Maybe I didn't get the Pisces one. I just thought I did. Yeah, that's what happened. I keep thinking I got the Pisces one, but then I was like, 2 cats having things in their mouth? That's not really excessive, but I don't want to repeat that, and I like the one holding arrows more than I like the one holding fish. So, yeah, that's what happened. What sign? Sagittarius. Sagittarius is carrying Oreos. Sagittarius is carrying arrows. Aquarius is getting water from a cup. Scorpio is doing yoga and they have a scorpion tail, like a scorpion stinger, attached to their cat tail at the end. Gemini's looking in the mirror. Libra has scales on their head. I did it. That was so much. Jesus. Why did I? Because I kept thinking I had the Pisces one, and I couldn't look at all of them because they're poured. I was trying to rely on my memory, but I was looking at those cat molds for so long, trying to figure out which ones I got, and how many, and like what can I budget, and how much do I love, and what can I do, and it was rough. Like, you know, there are 12 signs in the zodiac. And I only have 5 here. And that was hard. It was hard picking the 5. And I only stopped at 5 because I was like, yo, you cannot be spending all this money. Oh, you know what? Okay, so I'm sitting here looking at this and being like, why are there bubbles? And trying to heat gun them. And the issue is I can't heat gun them because they're glitter bubbles. Because I dusted with too much glitter. And so there's like bombs of glitter that appear, that rise to the surface and just look like bubbles, but the minute you take a heat gun to them, they explode. Then you got a glitter bomb. Ooh, which makes me think of, okay, so there's this guy who for years now has been making a really elaborate glitter bomb to kind of punish people who steal packages from people's porches. He's been doing it for maybe like 5 years now. And each year it gets far more elaborate. Like to the point where he has patents for some of the things that he's made because there's so much engineering that's going into them. But it's like, it'll look like a box of some sort of Apple product because I guess those get stolen very frequently. They're very hot commodities. It'll look like an Apple product, but it'll be called something like not one of their products, but people don't care because they see the logo and think this is worth stealing. It'll look like that, and you take off the box. The minute you take off the box, some siren will go off, and you'll be like, what? And you'll try and put the box top back on, and there are latches so you can't go back on. There are cameras in it so it records your reaction, and those are connected like location wise because people would take it and throw it in a dumpster or something, and they needed a way to recover the pranks that they were elaborately, expensively creating. And then there's like this very elaborate technique to disperse glitter into somebody's home. At some point in the iterations, he started putting stink fluid in there so that it also sprayed something that smelled like death when it hit you with a bunch of glitter. And then the last iteration, he put a police siren on there so people would be even more inclined to not hold on to it. And then there was also things where like he made a whole doormat that has wireless charging so that the thing can wirelessly charge on the porch before it gets stolen so that the batteries aren't dead when it actually gets stolen and you don't get any footage. Like, it was just so much every year, because like 1 year he got stuff stolen. He was like, this is unconscionable. I need to do something about this and make people understand it's not cool. And he's just been doing it ever since. And every year I watch the video to see how elaborate it got, and every year the responses are even funnier. But one time it was really sad because it was like a little kid that had been coming from school, and he was talking to his friend about it. And then they got scared because of the police siren. It was just, I don't know. I understand you want to incentivize people to not hold on to the package, but I feel like when you use the police as a tool to incite fear, you are playing into exactly what they are supposed to be doing. Like, they literally, the police are a vestige of slavery, literally from a patrol system that had 3 major goals, one of them being incite fear. Like, straight up, like, the police were made to incite fear. I don't think any of the real purposes of the police were to protect the people. They just kind of warped it that way so that it was palatable to people. Or maybe it was enough that it was palatable, and maybe the purposes of the police at that point felt like they were protecting the people that they were supposed to protect, you know? And everybody else was just fucked. But there was one time I was skating on a tennis court. You're not really supposed to skate on tennis courts, but most people don't mind. There's flat surfaces, you really don't, it doesn't really matter that much, right? I was skating on one court. There were 3 courts there. And a couple of men come up and tell me that they want to use the court that I'm on. And I'm like, but there are other courts. Why do I have to move? And they're like, well, this is the court that's not reservable, so this is the one. Oh, the other ones are reserved, so we can't really be on those. And I was like, so what you're saying is I have to move because you can't do what you want to do? That doesn't make sense. And he was like, well, you know, I'm on the tennis board, and you know you're not supposed to be doing this. I could call the cops. And I'm like, you'd actually call the cops on this morning at 9:30 because you want this court so that you don't get kicked off later? You're okay kicking me off? Fuck you. And I went to another court because really, the minute you start saying something about the police, great, you use the power that they have. Do you really feel bigger now that you've caused someone to be afraid for their life and future because you're gonna call the cops on someone for being on a court you want to use? Like, it's just, I'm actually starting to cry because it's so frustrating to think that people want to, that people are so comfortable using the police to deal with their conflict because they'd rather someone else have to deal with their problems than them. It's so immature. It's small. For so many people, the police are not a place of comfort, and a lot of people know that. And a lot of people use that, and it's just, it's bullshit. I didn't really think I'd be crying right now. I didn't think this would make me feel this way. I just remembered the fear and frustration I had, thinking I had to move for those fuckers so that they didn't have to move later. Only to find out that, like, the courts weren't even really reserved for that time, so no one was on the courts but us for a while. And I was really frustrated to think that I went out to have fun and enjoy myself, and I had to think about being afraid of having to deal with conflict and address what I was doing with the police. Because, like, why are they the point of contact for something that is an infraction on a tennis court? it doesn't make sense. Like, they're probably not even the person you call for that shit. It's just, yeah. It's just that a lot of people are told and socialized to believe that when you're in danger, when you need help, do not fear, the cops can help you. And a lot of people are also socialized and told from a very young age that the police are not here to help you and that you need to protect yourself. Which is why community organizing is so important. Having people that you know support you, that aren't built in institutions. It's really cool. I went to a mixer yesterday for the consignment shop that I'm selling my things at, and there were a lot of people there who were struggling because the pandemic had put them in a position where they couldn't find the work that they needed because they're performance artists, or they're new to the area and just didn't know where to start to find community. And it was nice. It was nice getting to meet people that are excited in this area about creating and learning and just being in a space that cares to empower and be compassionate. It was also really shitty for me though, because I don't like socialization that much. So like I got there on time, I did the structured part, and then afterwards it was like, okay, like you're free to stay, and I was like, I'm done. Honestly, so like actually there are times when people who call the cops for bullshit like that do get arrested, because there isn't necessarily there isn't really any sort of like felony or misdemeanor for like wasting a cop's time, but there are plenty of people that waste cops' time. But then again, let's be honest, cops waste cops' time. I was reading an article about this like group of 3 men in one department that had logged like thousands of overtime hours on days that they were going bowling. And I was like, I get it, that's a lot of money that's extra that you can pay, but like, where is it going? What are you doing? You're going bowling? Where is the money going? What are you doing, and why are you taking like this? Police are also like tax dollars, right? So that's the government paying for you to go bowling. What? That's people entrusting you with their lives so that you can go bowling. There are so many reasons that I say fuck the police. Like truly, but every week, every month I find a new reason, you know? Like if I want to look, it's not that hard. But full of shit. Just full of shit. But the community of people at the consignment shop I was at yesterday, not full of shit, just genuine people trying to find friends and find opportunities for performances and like just all sorts of shit. But I really don't like meeting people and remembering people's names and what they do and all of this like small talk. I really hate small talk because it just feels so shallow.
If you're gonna talk to me, ask me about my dreams, you know, ask me about my nightmares, ask me about my passions. But don't ask me about the weather. Don't fucking ask me about the weather. Don't say don't ask me how I'm doing. Cause do you actually care? Cause if you care, I'll tell you. But most people don't want to hear the answer. So, or rather, they want the answer to be something simple so that they can act like they cared enough to ask and get an answer. But, like, okay, congrats, you can ask how people are doing, now what? Ugh. Dude, it's so cute. The shop is so cute. Because it's more than a shop. It's like they're doing a lot of different things there. They're gonna try and host workshops. This was just the Mixer was one of the first events that they had there, but they're also trying to host workshops. They're trying to host concert type things. Just really making it a larger community organized and oriented space so that people can come and buy cute things and also just feel like the people in that space care about them and aren't really, as much as they'd appreciate your dollars, that's not what they're there for. Yeah. Which is kind of honestly how I like to think about my shop, but it's hard to think that when I need money. I don't like living in this capitalist society where I need to have money to buy things so that I can survive, because if I could just trade my skills and goods for the things that I need in life, like if I could pay a therapist weekly with trays or like little keychains, maybe an earring or two, if I could pay for a therapist with earrings, I would be so set. Like, oh my goodness. My whole life would change. But at this juncture, I need to either find a way to better market my things so that people are like, oh yeah, these things are cool, I'll buy them. Or I need to get better at finding shops like the one that I did so that I can sell my stuff there. I don't have any experience selling at like pop-ups or farmers markets or things. And part of that is because that's people and it involves like being friendly and answering questions and like trying to sell my things in person, like being like, hello, hi, yeah, you like this thing? That's really great. It is this much. Thank you. That's about as much as I do. And that can sell things sometimes, but also people want personality for some reason. Like they want to know who you are. And I get that. You want to know who made the thing, but what if I don't want you to know me? What if I like being in my little hidey hole and like sitting somewhere in my corner just thinking, hi, I'm me over here. You know what though? I'm just talking and my resin stuff is done for now. I'm gonna open the window because I always open the window after I'm done as opposed to before I start because I am silly that way. Ooh. You're not personable at markets? That's good to hear, honestly, because I know that you do markets and that people buy your things there. So
It makes me feel better to know that you don't have to be personable to get your things sold at markets. Um, yeah. Okay. Let's see. That's all the resin things I was gonna do because, this looks really cool. It, like, from this side, it kind of looks like an ocean, like a little beach happening, approaching the sand, because there's a weird... I had filled this mold partially with white resin by sitting it upright, and then I filled the rest of it with the blue resin that I'd made earlier. Pretty cool looking, because also since I didn't fully mix the alcohol ink, it actually is, since I poured it from one location, it made little ridges of blue across. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I wonder how I can experiment with that in the future. Alcohol ink continues to surprise me. But so do glitters. Once I realized that I didn't like glitter, I just... So wait, no. I said that backwards. I was about to say a double negative sentence, and usually I get fucked up by those. And I was just about to get fucked up by that. So most of my life, I was like, fuck glitter. Glitter's the worst. Get it away from me. Don't even think about talking about glitter around me. I'll find it on me later. And then I realized that it was that I didn't like finding it on me later. It was the cleanup. If glitter is cleaned up appropriately, or sealed in resin, or otherwise not just free flowing in the air ready to attach to you like pollen, I'm fine with it. When I can clean up glitter, I'm fine with it. And once I came to that understanding, it was over. I just started adding it to everything. Because I just... it was... Wait, he said... You just sort of stand there and say, okay, you either like this or you don't. And if you don't, okay. And if you do, that's great. But I'm just here. Hello. That's honestly probably how I would do it too. I feel like... I don't know, somebody recently asked me what inspires me to do this. And it was a hard question, because what inspires me to do this is my joy. Like, literally the fact that when I do this and I wake up the next morning and I see what I've made, I have joy. And I am at a point, like, through this pandemic and just in this point in my life where I'm like, why am I doing anything but what brings me joy? And granted, like, I have to do adulting, I have to do taxes. Taxes won't bring me joy, but if I don't, then the IRS will surely fuck me over. But if I can maximize on the amount of time I spend doing things I enjoy, then I'm gonna do it. So really what inspires me to craft is just seeing other people do really cool things and being happy to see them and wanting to make them myself. Like, when I think about all of the crafts that I've done over my life, I've done a lot of, like, needlework type things, embroidery, beadwork, knitting, crochet, and then I was always enjoying those, right? Like, I was always making things, always following patterns and making things that I appreciated, using color combinations that I thought were cool, feeling creative that way. And then for some reason, I don't know the reason really, maybe it's just because all of those mediums are so versatile. You can do so many things with them, right? But for some reason with resin, it really clicked that you could just do, like, literally anything with this. As long as you have a mold for it, and even if you don't sometimes, you can just pour resin and something will happen, right? Like, for some reason, I feel most creative when I'm doing resin things lately, because even in pouring other molds and just doing things that came from other people's minds, I feel like inspired and created to make my own designs, right? And think, where can I go with this for myself? Because as much as I enjoyed doing things with beading and crocheting and knitting and embroidery, I didn't really do any freeform things. I did what was kind of written or done or experimented by somebody else. Because for me, experimenting with those mediums only frustrated me. I have to rework and undo and just rip out things, and it just was frustrating. Here, with experimenting in resin, I feel like even when I don't get what I want, I get something I like. And that's not always true with other mediums. Like, I can make an accident. This will probably not be something that I love, but I'm not gonna hate it. Because it's gonna be cool. Like, the mic is already doing cool things. The moss is gonna look interesting. It's just... And then there's all this stuff that I don't know. Yeah, there's just something about resin that inspires me to do more with it than other things that I've learned. And because of that, I don't know. I've just been doing a lot of it and wanting to do more of it, and also get other people to do it and just make things. But it's also fucking expensive. Like, this tray is a design from my mind, sort of. It came from my sister's request and came from my mind and then created by Elisa. But it's a tray with another rim. So it's two molds, a tray mold and a rim mold. And the blanks themselves were like... I don't even remember the price, because I was like... Because I had bought it with a bunch of other things. But the whole order was like, I don't know, $300? Blanks and molds are expensive, but having your own ideas come to fruition is so fucking cool. Just being able to be like, this tray, this idea, my sister wanted something where you could see both sides, and here it is. You can see both sides of this tray. Like... It's just neat. I don't really have an example to show right now because these are the only ones that I have on my person. Oh, that's not true! Haha! Okay, so this is actually the first one that I made, and I made it for my sister, so it's got all this extra stuff on it that I was gonna give to her as well. But, hold on. Okay, so this is the back. This is the back of what it looks like. This is already cool in itself, but then on this side, it's also really cool. And then I put a foil on top because foils make things fun. But this is... Right? So many of the trays, like... What's really cool about resin is you really don't know what you're going to get until you see it. Because you can do all that you think will make something happen, and then you will take it out of the mold and see something completely different. And especially with alcohol inks, they look very different on the other side. Like, this, no matter how I do alcohol ink, I always find that they merge to some sort of center. And then on the other side, you really never know what's gonna happen. But it's just... She was like, I keep I keep using the trays that you give me and all of my stuff falls out because I'll flip it over to look at the other side. So can you make a tray where I can see both sides? And I was like, I don't know, let's find out. And here it is. It exists. And it's really cool. I haven't had somebody buy one yet because this is the first one I made, and this one is a gift for my sister because here's how I think about things, right? If I make something based on your idea, or based on your words, or based on something you told to me, requested of me. Sure, it came from my mind like the final thing, but you were the you were the catalyst. I wouldn't have had anything to make had you not brought that, right? So in that way, I appreciate the catalyst, and in kind give the first thing that I make with that mold because it's gonna be the first thing that I experimented on in the idea, and you never know what's gonna happen, but I feel like it's a way to show thanks to someone who inspired you to do something. So this one's for my sister because she's the reason I even make this now. Yes, absolutely used foils. I was intimidated by foils because I thought that there was like something really tricky to using them, and there really isn't. There isn't. Depending on what you're using them on, right? Depends on which way you flip it. If it's on top like this, you do it this way. If you want it to face the mold, you flip it over. Plenty of times I've looked at a foil thinking this is nice, and then not realize I was looking at the wrong side. And then flipped over and been like, oh, that's nice. Like, a foil will look black on the back and be like, yeah, that's a cute foil, it's black. And then on the other side, it'll be like holographic silver. That's the front of the foil. But let me show you some of the foils I have. I've only bought foils twice because, like I said, I'm kind of intimidated by them. They're not hard, but I feel like you need to have the right kind of space or like design for them to look good, and I've always felt like I don't have the right design, but that's just me being insecure and overthinking what looks good. How can I do this effectively? I don't want to Okay. We're gonna try and do this as safely as possible over top of everything without anything falling out and making a mess. We're gonna hope and pray. Throw kindness around like confetti. I feel like this one's kind of corny and I don't know when I'm gonna use it, but maybe I will. These hearts are kind of cute. So many reasons to be happy, like, maybe that's true, but that's not the way I live my life. So I don't know when I'm gonna use that one. I have a bunch of flower ladies that are really cool. I don't know how easy it is to see this with the other ones in the background, but I hope it's focusing on this one when I'm showing it to you. And then there, see, okay, this is what I'm talking about, right? You look at this and you're like, oh wow, it's a really neat design. But then the only reason I know this is backwards is because this says kindness in reverse. And this is what the real side is. I don't know, foils are really neat. These are the first foils that I ever got. These ghosties. I've only used one of them because I just never know. I don't know. They're just so good. I don't know. I never feel like there's a piece that deserves them. Oh wait, am I just hitting the mic right now? I have no idea. Wow, these ghosties, they're so adorable. Then I have these. Oh. Hold on. Things are getting messy.
these foils come from 2 places. The first foils that I bought, the ghosts, and then also also these butterflies, these little butterflies and bees and things. I bought these from, oh damn, wait. Oh wait, no, okay, I had it, but I feel like last time I said it wrong because I mixed 2 names together. Elevate Craft Shop. Is that right? Foils? Yes. Yes. Elevate Craft Shop is where I got the ghosts and the insects, and then the other ones I got from, oh wait. Did I get... Yeah, no, wait. I got the 2 sheets and then some mystery foils. And then from Justiface Crafts, I got the other foils. Oh, the flower ladies are also from Elevate Craft Shop. Yeah, but like, I don't know, so the thing about foils is they're really cool. I thought there was gonna be more that I said about that, but no, they're really cool. They come in a lot of different colors. They literally just need, like, I'm pretty sure that you make them on a Cricut or something like a Cricut, like something that cuts and also does foil transfer. My Cricut doesn't do that because I got the baby one, the Joy, the tiny guy. It doesn't really do anything that the other guys do other than cut. But honestly, that's all I needed. I wasn't really trying to go too big and hard with foil transfers or anything like that. If you haven't heard of them, that's okay. Are you talking about Elevate Craft Shop or Justiface Crafts? Because either way, I don't know how I completely found them. But Justiface Crafts also does 3D printing things. Lately, I think that's what they've been focusing on because they got rid of all their foils. They don't sell foils anymore. But they started 3D printing these like really cool metallic lizards that are like printed as one piece, but they're a bunch of different segments that come together so it can do this, which isn't really something that a 3D print should be able to do, but it has fluidity and mobility that is really cool. Oh, both? Well, yeah, so Justiface Crafts is really cool. Elevate Craft Shop is also very cool. I think right now they are not, oh yeah. Elevate Craft Shop does more foils than other things. You know, I feel like there's far more things that you need for resin than you need for a Cricut. For a Cricut, you need Bluetooth accessibility because there's no like wired connectivity or anything for them. It's just Bluetooth connectivity that you need. You need some sort of vinyl or whatever so that it can cut that. And you need a surface for the vinyl to go on. There are like extra tools and things you can get that will make your final piece easier to like actually have, you know? Oh, can you hear all of that? I opened my window for the air, but I don't know if you can hear the emergency vehicles. Either way, like Cricut probably tells you you need all these things, but you don't. At the end of the day, if you want to buy any vinyl from any store and not just their proprietary vinyl, that's cool. All you need is their like adhesive mat so that it is on something, as opposed to just going into the machine, because their smart vinyl can just go into the machine because it has some cool like mechanism of measuring the guides or whatever, I don't know. But if you want to buy any vinyl, whatever you want, you just put that in the machine. You have to test. It's more like not a lot of things, it's just a lot of like testing and experimenting to see what works for you and your materials. I mean, resin, you need PPE, you know, you need things to mix it in, you need things to mix it with, you need molds. You don't necessarily need things to add to like glitter or pigments if you have like paint or like makeup and things that you just have that you could use. But honestly, I'd say you need a heat gun because or some sort of way, some mechanism to get bubbles away, because doing resin without it sucks. Having some sort of protective surface so that your resin doesn't just spill over everywhere. I feel like there are a lot of things for resin that you don't need for a Cricut. Like, there are tools that they sell you. You don't need them if you have a pair of tweezers. That's it. That's it. You just use a pair of tweezers and you pick out the pieces of the vinyl that you don't want and you peel it off of the sheet and you stick it where you want it. Now, transfer tape helps with that. I already had transfer tape though because Elisa from the Acrylic Cottage told me one day, and it saved my life, that you can use transfer tape to be the bottom of your mold. So like, if you just have the blank and no bottom to pour into, you'll just make a mess. There's nothing to contain it. If you have the housing and the blank, how is the housing going to stay anywhere? How does it maintain anything? You don't really have any way of doing that, unless the way I was doing before was to have like a piece of poster board and then put the blank on the poster board with some hot glue, and then use hot glue on the housing to make sure that it stayed on the poster board, and made a seal so that when I poured silicone in to make a mold, it wouldn't go anywhere. But when I say that had a success rate of like 50%, I was so mad to keep wasting silicone or otherwise not really having successful molds because it would just leak. So she told me you can use transfer tape, and instead of trying to just like super glue everything to a surface, using the transfer tape and using that as the adhesive to keep it on the surface. And it's such a tight seal that you can pour it and it won't go anywhere. It's good. So ever since then I've been using transfer tape and not needing because so if I hold on. Okay, this is like a gross exaggeration, not what I would actually do, but just because I was quickly pulling things out. So I have this blank for a shaker, for like a little trefoil shaker. But if I were just to pour silicone without anything else, it would have nowhere to go, right? I'd just be pouring silicone onto a flat table and it would just go nowhere, and you'd be like, okay, did I make a mold? I guess. With the housing, then it's got walls, so at least it's contained that way. But if I still pour silicone into this, it's just gonna fall and seep because it's a liquid. It's just gonna go underneath this. So I would hot glue this all to something and then hope and pray that silicone didn't leak out. And it always fucking did. 50% of the time it would just leak. But if I take this,
take the protective paper off so that it has a good adhesive surface. Take that acrylic, stick it to the transfer tape, put the housing on the transfer tape. No leaks. No leaks. So transfer tape has really been helpful. I've used it before I had a Cricut, but for a Cricut, it's also kind of helpful because then you can take your design off of the vinyl sheet and transfer it to whatever you're gonna put it on as one unit, as opposed to trying to like take every individual piece and align it and whatever. Like, the transfer tape helps that way. So I don't know. I surely people have done extra with Cricuts, but I feel like people do extra with everything. Like, sometimes I see people do stuff with resin and I'm like, why did you do all of that? What do you think is actually going to happen? The resin's going to do what it wants anyway. Why did you do all of that? But that's just me looking at other people's stuff and being like, that's a lot of work. So I don't know. I hear you in that the Cricut has a lot of shit that it could need, but I'm one to do the bare minimum and buy the bare minimum of materials because they can tell you need these things. But do I really need a roller to make sure that everything is secure on the mat? Can't I just press it with my hand? I think I can press it with my hand. And I do not need a little brayer to roll the material anywhere. So yeah, it's really dependent on what you want to do with it, but at the end of the day, I don't think it has to be a lot. Vinyl can be expensive, so buying it when it's not proprietary would be ideal, because why is it so expensive? I pretty much only buy vinyl on clearance. Except for this holographic vinyl that I needed in my life, because if it's holographic, I need it. It's I'm dropping things. It's like, look at it. In different lights, it's doing all sorts of things. I needed it. I didn't really need it, because like, what is need when it comes to craft materials? But I needed it as much as my heart can need something that is a craft material. But yeah, I mean, transfer tape's helpful for a lot of things. You just need vinyl and an idea, because honestly, you don't even need a computer, right? The Cricut Design Space, the program that sends patterns to the Cricut, also has a phone program. So if you already had like a full design somewhere and you just wanted to print that, or you wanted to use one of the projects that they have, you could say print that from your phone. And because your phone also has Bluetooth, so it's a cool little gadget. There are a lot of things you can do with it. I haven't done too much with it but make the name of my business so that I can put it on things. I made it so I could put it on little acetate sheets to put in things when they were curing. I also figured out that I could put it on earring cards so that it could have a little title of my business on the earrings. That's kind of cool. But I don't know how what's the word I'm looking for? Permanent. I don't actually know how permanent it is. The vinyl says itself that it is permanent vinyl, but I don't know how permanent it is on plastic, which is what resin is and also what acetate is. Yeah, right? Like, you don't actually need your computer to do anything. You could use your phone to print a design if you wanted to. So I think that's really neat. You could they try and advertise the Cricut that I have as one that's for like on the go crafting because it's smaller. I wouldn't say that it's for on the go crafting because you still need like a foot of working space in each direction. But
I don't know, it's smaller than the other ones by a lot. Like the cricket, the original one, like the maker, is probably as big as this table, maybe. Maybe a little bit not as wide. But the Cricut Joy is like this big. It's like this big. So it's definitely smaller. Um yeah, but I haven't really used it for too much yet. Like I said, I've gotten really inspired by things that I can make with resin, so that's really where a lot of my creativity is gone. But there are probably some cool things that I can do with the Cricut. If not for myself, for someone else that needs something like a design for a t-shirt or something, I don't know. Or just like maybe I could make some custom merch or something. I just don't think it makes sense for me to make merch for my business. Like people are like in love with my brand or something. Maybe I'll make a vinyl for my Octoperson. Maybe I'll make an Octoperson vinyl, a little sticker that I can do that with. That'd be kind of cute. Although I am thinking about, I'm so proud of myself because that Octoperson was like my first thing that I ever made with my vector graphics program. And I was like, how do I make these shapes? How do I do this? And it came out so cute. But it also looks like it was done in like a day, because it was done in like a day. And I'd like it to look more refined. I don't know if that means giving it shadow or giving it like, I don't know what makes something look more put together, if you will. Like, because there are surely people that have spent multiple weeks on images that do not look like they have shadow and dimension, but they did take a lot of work to make the details and lines look clean. I didn't draw any of this by hand. Ooh, a call. Hold on. Hello? You don't have, what, 3%? You should, bitch. Infrastructure sounds like tunnels and dams. How? You need support? Like you actually, like your pieces are falling and you need bridges and dams? Are you trying to decide that you, like, why are you defining yourself like you're a country? No, dude, don't look at the news. Dude, okay, so I'm streaming. Yeah, I'm streaming. Just walk over to the microphone for a second. And it's fine. I was like, oh, she's called. She's either okay or she's not. So let me check and see what happens. This is gonna be a long caller. No, I mean, so we're actually today. That's fine. I was talking about the cops. Dude, Dude, how many times did the campus say we're doing better because we didn't hire as many cops as you thought we would? Like, yeah, yeah. Well, let me tell you what I've done with my resin today. Maybe that can get you out of your head. Okay. Wait. There's more because you're attached to your belongings? I can't help you there. Yes. Wait. Are you trying to say that you feel bad because you can't let go of things when other people don't have things to let go of? I mean, sure, I feel that all the time. I regularly get overwhelmed by the amount of things in my home and think, how did I get this way? How did I get so much shit? And then I realize I got this much shit because I love it all. I own all of this because it brings me joy. And as I've said earlier today, I've been in a place where I'm optimizing on my joy. That's how that goes. When did you send the picture? And also, can I think about it? Hey, less flu today. Sorry, since I'm streaming it, someone put in the chat. The person that was sick before. Less flu. Less flu. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna ask if you've been doing this all by yourself when you said that you were gonna ask Margaret and you didn't ask me or want my help in the shit. Have you been doing it by yourself these 3 days? That's foolish, and I wish you'd asked for help. What's embarrassing? Everybody that knows about that pod either helped you with it or knows what's in it already. I think you're feeling shame for having things and needing to get rid of them. And then you remembered the stuff you put in there and you was like, oh wow, you know, here's what I'd say. Everything you can absolutely have attachment and memory to because you have attachment and memory to a lot of things. You've lived a long life and you have attachment to experiences and memories. Could you hold on to those memories and experiences without holding on to the thing? These look very large. They were for displaying. I forgot. Your mom made like chunkers of necklaces.
Yeah, I have that they're too big. Yeah, I don't make things that large. And also, I mean, oh, you know, though, you might be able to offload them to the studio for display if you wanted. Yeah, yeah. They might have use for them. I don't know if they fit the quote aesthetic that they're going for. I don't know if they care about that, but it's also free things. So, yeah. Good. Ah, well, I can't help you there either because that's social anxiety. You're asking me to help with hoarding and social anxiety, and I can't help you because I hoard so many things. And I told my therapist I have what I need and I need what I have, and she was like, "No." No. That's not how that works. Mhm. Oh, is it also that your body is like in pain from trying to do all the lifting and things by yourself? Mhm. Mm. And you'd rather just be however you are in that moment without having to worry about feeling for something else or having to worry about someone else? That's not. You're the only one thinking that. And also, they knew when you packed it up that it was going to have to get unpacked again. So that's not, no, you're not crazy for unpacking things that were packed. That's not how that works. I think so. I finished my resin thing, so I'm gonna move my mic and then I'm talking to you and also to them at the same time. I'm not saying goodbye per se. I'm just saying I don't want to stand in front of my resin things while they cure because I'll try and find ways to fiddle with them, and I don't want to. Um, but what will I do on my computer is the real question. I don't. So here's the thing. I've been playing games and that's been fun, but I don't want to play a game right now. Um. Um. I'm totally fine with you not. So here's another thing. I will continuously ask people for feedback, and that is not your job alone. And also, you're doing more than I'm doing by commenting on part of my crafting videos and saying these are good portions, keep them. Because that's more than I'm doing for any of my streams. Because they're long, and I don't want to sit and watch them all to see where good content was to make clips of them. So if you can do that, that's cool. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yeah, I started early today, which is not anything that anyone could have expected. It was just that I was like, you know what? I'm sitting here, I'm getting ready, I might as well start. Because all I'm doing is sitting around being like, in my head when I could be crafting, so. And it was really one of those things where, like, yes, I could craft off stream, but if I craft off stream, there's gonna be things in the video that have already been done because they're gonna have to sit there. And I was like, that just, why? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. You do know. You're just telling me things. I know you're still feeling a little butthurt about your life right now. Um. Oh man, don't compare yourself to that guy. Ah. Mhm. Huh. Do I? Do I print something today? Do I 3D print? It's been a minute. Yep. Do I make more mushrooms? I feel like. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Hold on. I need to see if this is real or just my imagination. Uh. I just got an order. They want the mushroom magnets. I was just about to say, should I print more magnets? I guess the answer is yes. The answer is yes, because I only printed enough for what you needed, which was already 6. Why would I need to give them? First of all, I'm not gonna give somebody else mushrooms when you both have paid for mushrooms. Everybody gets mushrooms. I don't. What are you asking? Oh, get theirs out sooner. I mean, sure, I might paint their mushrooms first because I also said that you could paint your mushrooms. I thought it'd be fun. You can play with alcohol ink. I don't know about looking after you, but you know, just giving you a little bit of arts and crafts time. I have no idea, but I am eager to have a new bed because my bed sucks. And in multiple ways it sucks. Like, I get it, you think it sucks, but what bothers me right now is it has 2 extra support systems on top of it. So that it's actually a pain in the ass because every time I move in my sleep, which is often, the things move. So yeah, dude. Uh-huh. Thoughts and prayers? What? Mm-hmm. Yep. It's called spring cleaning, dude. Who? What? Huh? Oh, I mean, you also don't need to tell me. You just because I'm not Mark, you don't have to tell me, Shiloh. You said something about a hospital. Like, you say a hospital? It's not the Shiloh. Okay. Stop trying to push your shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, I don't actually have to do anything. I can just print these off because it's already on the USB. Boop. Sorry. You can watch the stream, dude. You can watch the stream. You could watch One Punch Man. Yeah. No, dude. You were battling. You're always gonna be battling your feelings, and it's okay. Because if you want to say bye, you can say bye. So here's what I'm hearing. You're about to go off and cry. Okay, but also question: when you cry, do you cry with purpose? Do you cry with intention? Do you like when you're expressing yourself, think about like what you're expressing yourself over? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think you're doing a great job at being a partner with your body. I think that you're beating your body up and your mind up for not doing as well as you'd like all the time. I mean, yes. I guess my question to you is why do they feel like a burden? So don't. I think that you're trying to force yourself to get rid of more than you need to. Like you I asked you what the next size down was because as long as you fit that, it doesn't matter what's inside of it. Um, you did get rid of a lot of furniture though, yeah? Mm, yeah, and that's okay. Damn, it's wild how many people you have that with. Almost like you care about people and attach to them. I don't think that, I mean, I'm glad. First of all, the fact that you can say all of that means that you're doing better than you have in the past because you're aware of what could happen and trying to be mindful of that. The problem is you're then beating yourself up for everything you do because you think it's still doing that. So there needs to be some like happy middle ground where you can understand that the things that you're doing for you and not for some like previous you that thought you needed to do this to be loved. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. There's not anything specific that I'm more irritated about. I think it's just that you're generally more excited because you're close. Like, you can actually be in my space now. And I think that that's, you know, it's not that you know this, I never want to like squander your joy or shit on your joy or like make you feel bad about feeling excited about things. But that doesn't mean that I personally have the capacity or energy to be around it all the time. Sure it does. I'm not confused. Are you confused? Well, you know, you're working, so that's not something you can completely control. You're gonna be, I mean, you're gonna feel tired because you're doing things. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I can't tell anymore. You've been doing it a lot more though, so I can't. I don't know. It does feel like you're trying to be passive aggressive or avoid what you truly feel by doing it because you don't usually do it and you're not feeling that great lately. You're tired of talking about yourself? That's wild. You know what you could do? Yes, bitch. Instead of just saying bye. Okay, I'm done talking about myself. Bye now. I'm tired of talking about myself. Oh no, is it still? Oh no. Oh, sorry. I thought I heard myself and was like, how is that possible? And I was very confused. Oh, so you're just looking for ways to beat yourself up, eh? Yeah, probably. I told you, you need to give me a time. You can't tentatively ask me anything, and you can't. And everybody is asking for a time, so do that. Have a time. Because Callie needs a time, I need a time. Well, there you go. Then you can then stop asking me. 'Cause you know what I need. I've answered that already. Yeah. Dude, oh my gosh. So yesterday at the mixer, right? I'm sitting there going insane because I'm walking around the space and I'm like, there's something I made. There's something I made. There's something I made. And it's like they're using it to hold other things. They're using it to sell things. Like my magnets are next to other magnets. It was surreal. And then the people were like, did you make things here? And I was like, yes. And like, what'd you make? And I'm like, a lot of things. It was so cool. And then actually one person bought a magnet because they were like, I like this. And I was like, well, shit. Well, shit. Shit. You know? Do you know that's exactly what Donnell says when I say that now too? He thinks of that character too. he really would just like that would be it. Now with a shit. How do I turn this upside down without can I just flip it horizontally? I think brings the old woman joy. Yes. You know, it's been interesting. I haven't been sounding like an old man lately. I've been doing a lot of robot noises. I don't know why. I'm feeling very robot, not old man. I don't know if it's like I know what it is right now. You know, usually when I'm feeling old man-y, there's a lot of cynicism going on. And I think I've been seeing a little too many children with joy about just random things to actually feel cynical right now. Like just children enjoying things. Asking questions about the most random things. I was at Michael's and someone was coming up next to me and I was like, I'm not done with my shit. Why are you so close to me? And they're like, I'm sorry. He really loves these things. And there were these like Lego minifigures is something that they're called. I don't know, something like that. Minifigures or something. They're like tiny little Legos. Yeah. And so she just like had to pick up all she's like, did you get that one? Did you get that one? Mom, look. And oh man. It's been a lot of Bones days lately. Can you believe it? Like, Noodles is really on it lately. Yeah. Oh, dude, so good. So good. The guy with the guy who made the song about shitting out your sadness. Well, no, I know who you're talking about. I get it. I needed the reference. Gets you every time. Gets me every time. You spit out. Yeah, it's bleh. Yes, you are an old lady with records, and guess what? That's not new. You've had these records for a while, and it's also not a fucking problem. I mean, I get it. You want to get rid of things, and there are plenty of things to get rid of. I mean, that's your childhood, not mine, but I get it. No, you were talking about somebody else, actually. You know, you were actually talking about somebody else that time. I just want to make a milkshake shelf, man. Fuck. It's my latest idea and I want it to be coming to fruition, but it's harder than I thought. I don't, oh fuck, jeez. CAD design is not antiquated, it was CAD. It was CAD. You actually knew that one, look at you. Okay. Is that a band? I don't know anything about They Might Be Giants. Yeah? Why are you saying? Wait, what's the what for? I just got a what? What did I say that it was an all caps what in the chat? What did I say that's a what? They were laying down. They got up to say that. They got up to type all caps what? I guess because I don't know They Might Be Giants? I don't know. It's recent enough that that's probably it. Yeah. Yeah. Are they a musical group? Istanbul, not Constantinople. Okay, I know that song. Istanbul. That is oldie old. So it's not that I didn't know them, it's just that I didn't know their name. There's a difference, which is mostly because, yeah, that's all I know, honestly, probably. Unless other songs, I mean, granted, there's probably other songs that I do know because of that, right? Like, just in some way. I'd have to hear it probably. Particle Man? I don't know these things. Birdhouse in Your Soul. Yeah, see, this is not my childhood. I was born during this time. I was literally born when they were becoming a band. Like, I'm thinking too hard. You're making me think. Some drops? You mean clips then? Little bits? Okay, no. Not, you can't, I mean, look, you can't say usually just because you're gonna give some obscure reference that gives you context. Because a drop is when something, I don't think that's when you take a clip of something and use it later. Why would that be a drop? I've always heard a drop to mean something that has been just released, or most recently as a drug, but not, or as eye drops, but not as an audio drop. No, not my point of reference. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying it's not my point of reference, so you can't say that it's the way that it's said. Because actually, from my context, which is Twitch, it's clips and highlights. So, what are you saying? Because it's more than audio, it's video. So it's different. That's fine. But this isn't that. The beat drop, also. The beat drop. But audio drop, like to drop into conversation? No. Not something I've heard before. Sorry, old lady. Go pee. Beep boo bop boo beep. Beep boo bop boo beep. I'm tired of getting these spam notifications about winning a fucking iPhone on Instagram, because I really... Personalization not requested on this item. Not requested. Well, there you go. I get free... the beat. What is this? Click on this link. Open the link. What does it say? What does it say? Birdhouse in your soul. Oh, okay. We're only gonna listen to like 5 seconds of this and we're gonna skip into the middle. Do not know this at all. This is outside of my childhood. I do not know this. But you know, I don't know a lot of things about music. I'm musically uneducated. It's not that I don't like music. It's more that I don't know. I think it's just I don't really like history that much. I understand that if we don't know our history, we're doomed to repeat it. I think that whether we know it or not, we're doomed to repeat it, because with each generation, there are people that choose to deny history. Like, flat out say that things did not happen. Or people that are so mad at how history happened, they're actively doing differently in a way that fucks everybody. So, like, I've never really enjoyed learning about history. Never really enjoy learning about politics. I'd like to feel like I care about history at some point, but I really don't know the history of most things. Especially music history, though. I do not know music history. I get taught things sometimes, but I forget them. Okay, and I also just googled audio drops just to see what was up. And you know what comes up first? Audio drop is irregular interruption or lack of audio signal. What? or DJ drops. When the music drops, I just... What? I'm not saying she's wrong, but I'm having a hard time finding it somewhere. I'm just having a very hard time finding it anywhere. Maybe it was from her time on the radio. Let me put the music back on. Let me see if I can get this whipped cream. I already have the PNG. What I need is a PNG to SVG type thing. What's a good program for that? Inkscape? Oh, that's what I didn't do last time. That might be helpful and an important step. So let me try that this time. Sorry you can't see what I'm reading. I just wasn't about to change that for 2 seconds so you could read what I was reading. Where did I save the whipped cream though? Is it in downloads still? Yes. I need to open it with Inkscape. And then open. Why don't you show up? Okay. There. Inkscape. Okay, so what I didn't do last time when I was trying to make the whipped cream was trace it. I just tried to convert it and save it as an SVG and think that that would be fine. But if I trace it first, use the trace bitmap. It looks grainy and I don't know why. Like it's not catching all the lines when it could. Ooh! I'm trying to make sure that I don't. It's starting to look a little. Maybe if I do edge detection instead. Can I fill this at all? No, I cannot. This is it. So we're gonna delete that and try again. Nope. I'm trying to get it as smooth as possible. Looks good. Okay, so then we delete this. and then save the trace as an SVG and see what happens. And then just save as, yeah. So maybe that'll do it differently. Let's see. Let's hide that so we can see this. Then import the SVG that we just made. Boop. Where are you? You teeny tiny little thing. So teeny tiny. Oh, I need to rotate in the Z direction. Yeah. I actually wanted to look the other way. Oh. Scale it up even more. It's moving in more axes than I want it to. This is too large now. But actually, why does it look like it has texture to it? Oh, because it did. Weird. I didn't need that at all. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to dissolve all of these vertices here and see what happens. Okay. And then remove... How come I can't? Is it because it's not a mesh? Are you not a mesh? My word, I was working in a thing that was not a mesh. Oh, why is this you as a mesh? Oh, honey. We're gonna decimate. No? How do I dissolve faces? Could not create merged face. There's something to do this. There's something to simplify this. There's no reason to have all these angles. What kind of... Way too many vertices for this. You're trying to tell me I can't dissolve any of these vertices? Because there aren't faces. Ooh, no. No, that's not what I want. This is Christmas music? No. I know we've listened to most of it at this point, but I just registered that that was Christmas music and it's March, so that's not happening. I just don't want to have to. I don't want to do this. 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 New edge from face. New edge from vertices. And then we're gonna. Still keep some of its depth, but without giving it all of this extra shell. Add some height so there's faces? I think so. Hello, how's it going? Yeah, I think it's saying that I have to add height to have faces as opposed to this being faces individually between all of the vertices that are happening right there, which is, I don't know why. Sleepy. Oh no. It's early to feel sleepy. Was it a long day? That's unfortunate. It has not been that way for me yet. I am not sleepy yet. Look at all these fucking... Oh no. I know you didn't just bring the shit back. Another very Christmassy song. Why are they all in order like this? I need to take these off of here now. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Golly. You know, it's not even... I shouldn't have such visceral responses to Christmas music, but it's fucking March. And I don't really like people. That's not true. It's not that I don't like people. It's rather, I mean, I don't, but what I mean to say is I do not like when Christmas music is playing in November because Thanksgiving has already happened and they're like, well, the next holiday is Christmas, so let's get ready. Like that's not me. Why is this saying that this is all a face when it isn't? This should be a face right here. There should be I made an edge and everything. Are there 2 edges here? No. Maybe? No. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. Boop, 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 boop. I would like for this to disappear. I mean, here's the thing. I disagree wholeheartedly. Because 4th of July can miss me too. I don't like fireworks. I don't like loud noises that much. Been this way since I was a kid. I love the time of year. I love the barbecues. I don't like the patriotism. 'Cause that ain't me. But if we're going to rank holidays, I mean, yes, it's an arrow saying it's greater than Christmas, yeah? I mean, like, I'm just saying 4th of July music is whoo. Ooh. Oh, it's just 4th of July and then every holiday in between is nothing? No, because I love Halloween. I love Halloween. No. Don't forget Halloween. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't know how to make this not a face. Why are you doing this? Separate. Can I? Yes, I can. Wait. Separate. I don't want to go into a... I don't want to go into a new mesh. I just want to... Ooh. What happens now? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. What the fuck was that? I mean, okay, so you have an issue with candy. That's understandable. I can't say that I'm not in it for the candy, because I'm in it for the candy for sure. But I feel like it's the last holiday before it gets really cold and everything sucks, depending on where you live. And for me, I'm a fan of warm weather. Whoa. Okay, but what if I do... Bruh, how do I make this a separate face? Why are you not split across this? Why are you not split? Yo. If I delete the edge, then what? Then what? Then it's just a face. But there are vertices along all of this. And if I make a new edge from these vertices, why is this still a united path? Right now I'm trying to delete the swirls that complete the swirl, like the lines that complete the swirls, so that it's a full in open space, while maintaining some of it to make it look like it still has the curves. So I'm trying to actually get rid of this segment while maintaining this part. And I made a new edge and I thought it makes a new face, but it's not separating this into a new face, which is frustrating because I don't know why that is. Sort of, no, kind of, maybe. So I successfully, to some extent, made a shelf that looks like a giraffe. Let me save this. And then I I can show it to you. Oh, did you call earlier and I missed it? Oh, okay. Oof, no. Not for me, because, I mean, so, because it's Friday night, so I won't be. I also don't really want to do anything that early on a Saturday. Like, even 2 or 3 hours later, it's just too early. 11's too early for me on a Saturday morning. Yep. Okay. But those all didn't have in the same place, right? Like you peed in the bathroom and you cried in the bed. You cried on clothes. Okay, bye. Boop 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 boop. Friend in town, she keeps trying to coordinate things, but like she keeps asking me if I can tentatively do things without giving me a time. And I'm like, who the fuck? Then she gave me a time and I was like, oh no. Thanks for giving me a time, but I decline this time wholeheartedly. Trying to make me do things and be ready to go somewhere at fucking 11 a.m? No. Okay, so this is the shelf that I made successfully. Look at it, it's so pretty. Whee! It's a giraffe. It's got little compartments. It's got little horns. So I sent this off to somebody to make into a shelf, and they printed it, and they are printing off the housing now so I can make it into a mold. But the sheer amount of silicone that would need to go into this, I'm not gonna make a mold of this for a very long time because I'm gonna need like, I don't even know. The molds that I've made so far have taken a lot of silicone, and they are trays that are 6 inches. This giraffe is gonna be 9 by 8 at its tallest and longest point, or its widest and tallest points. So 9 by 8. Which means that if I just did a raw, like, real rough estimation and said, I want to make a mold of something that's 9 by 8 as a square or a rectangle, it would be, the calculations would be, and it's also then going to be like 2 inches deep because, yes, 9 by 8 inches. It's not going to be a big shelf, but this is actually big when it comes to 3D printing shelves because it's a lot of materials, 1, and 2, it's a lot of time to make. Like, this print for a 9 by 8 inch giraffe shelf took like 24 hours to print by itself. And then the housing, in total, it's going to be 4 pieces printed in 2 rounds of printing because they can fit 2 pieces on one mat, and it's going to be a total of like 42 hours. So it's just a lot of time, and that's given everything goes right the first time. That's not always true, especially when you're printing for so long. Things will like fuck up 10 hours in, and then you'll have to do it over again. So it's tedious to make a shelf that's large like this. So really making anything larger is even more challenging. But I wanted the giraffe to be tall, so that's how that goes. And I wanted large compartments, and I wanted them to be deep because I like to be able to put things on shelves, and a lot of my things are a little bit longer. Like, I wanted to try and put a post-it note on there. Maybe a post-it note won't fit, but I can still try. But yeah, it's gonna be 9 by 8 inches. Real world examples of a shelf that that's been made? Yeah. Hold on. Let me... oh, their shop's closed right now. Both of their shops are closed right now. Who's another person? Maybe I can just show you people that have made things from their products, because both of the people that I know that make shelves right now, their shops are closed on vacation or because they just are living their life and aren't trying to have orders all the time. So I can't really show you any examples of their stuff unless I look to see their stuff tagged on Instagram and just show you things from there. So that's what I'm gonna try to do real quick on the real quick. Boop 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 boop. Maybe because do they have examples on there? Yeah, I can show you examples from their Instagram so you can see what they look like. Like the final products. I don't know if they have any molds though. Boop 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 boop. Click the right button, please. The button is... I'm gonna switch this one because I'm not using it anymore. And do this, and then open that, and then wonder why it changed the dimensions of the window again. It refuses to keep them at 900. But these are examples. Oh, actually, this is a mold. So this is a mold, and I cannot tell you the dimensions, but if you can look, they're able to hold it in their hand, so it's not large. And these are shelves, and that's a shelfie. So I think these are actually both shelfies, which are supposed to be smaller shelves because shelves are so expensive to make. Wait, what? I'm missing boop boops. It's the outside construction, but I'm missing boop boops and the stream is hanging. Rough. Discord's not doing well. Okay. Or not. Maybe, I don't know. You're just destined not to see my streams on Twitch. You just have to have that personal experience of the Discord. Where you get to talk to me and I get to talk to you. If you ever fucking doubt that we're friends, which is literally every day of your life, understand that you're on my Discord right now. And you're about to be watching my stream. You want to be with everyone? Well, I mean, make up your mind. Do you want the Discord? Do you not want the Discord? It's easier for me to not have the Discord going. I've said this before. These are also shelves, right? But if you can see, they're all fitting in this person's hand. That's a shelfie, it's a tinier shelf, and it's also more just decorative than it is supposed to hold things, which for me is like gross. I want the things that I make with resin to be functional, but also beautiful. Like the ladybug's adorable, but what can I put in between all those little polka dots? A lot of things I've seen, a lot of the ways I've seen them used is to put like crystals in them. Whoa, somebody put lights in this guy. Ooh. Wait, yeah, but so do you want the Discord or do you not want the Discord? Yeah. I'm gonna need confirmation somewhere. But these are some examples of shelves that exist, and also okay, so they're making shelfies because bigger shelves are expensive. And when I say they're expensive, like What's a good example? Looking for one of their bigger guys. This guy's like 150. As a mold, because look how big it is, and look how much silicone they have to use to make it. And for me, like, this is also a cool thing, but I couldn't call this a shelf. Because I would not know what to put on it. I get that they're calling it a shelf, but they also like to call their things morphing shelf molds, because they can be used as other things, is what they say. What are they? What are morphing shelf molds? Them rebranding their shelf molds because they think they can do a lot of things with it. What can they do with it? Shelves. I don't know. They're shelves. Maybe you could make them a dish. Maybe you could make them a succulent pot. I don't know if I'd make it a succulent pot because no draining. So you do want Discord? You didn't confirm. You didn't confirm. You said you wanted to be with everyone and that you doubted that we're friends. And that everything is hanging and not in the sexy hang 10 way. And yet you've yet to confirm that you want the Discord. You're trying to get on. That's nice. Does that mean I should get on? Decorative display pieces. Like, that's... Hang them up, stand them up, lay them down. They say you can do whatever you want with their shelves. And that's cool. I feel like it should be functional in more ways than how they have them. And that's my opinion of their shelves. But yeah, but this is who I'm getting the giraffe shelf made by, because I saw her shelves first, and she's also a black femme, and I'm like, hello black femme, let me help you do things that you want to do, because I want to do things that you're doing. Look at this clock she fucking made. Look at this clock. Like, bruh. Bruh. And she turned it into a functional piece? Like, this is a functional clock with a shelf. It's just... chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. She does a lot of animal things. This whale has my heart. This whale has my fucking heart. But these are examples of shelves and things. But like I said, they're all beautiful and they're all expensive. They're all, if they're any bigger than like 6 inches, they're $100 for sure. Are you trying to say that you can't even hear when I say confirm that you want the Discord? Is that because you hear nothing? You're just gonna keep typing things? Even though you could even text me? That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. When? Today? Just now? Oh, wow. What do you know? What? You restarted Twitch and... Okay. So you don't need Discord or you do? I'm just asking. I'm asking for... Oh, this is also my favorite thing in the fucking world right here. They made this because they were being petty. For someone who went out of their way to find them on Etsy after they'd blocked them. So she made a mold. And it says cry about it. Oh gosh. It's when I knew that I wanted to give her my money. Because petty is. Not how I really live my life, but I appreciate it sometimes, because sometimes things call for petty. Sometimes things really call for petty. Petty gets petty. That's what happens, really. Yeah. Isn't it great? It's a great mold. And she made it so beautiful. Like, she's been putting butterflies in a lot of things. What's really cool is, so for a while I thought people were just making things with real butterflies or like plastic butterflies. That's the two options I thought. But in fact, a lot of them are paper. No, not casting, paper insects. Paper butterfly. I don't remember the name of the company, which is why I'm struggling. And they didn't tag them in the thingy, so I can't. I don't know. They exist. Wait. Wait, what? You want a shelf with a bunch of little doors, and behind the doors are candy, and the doors are all covering little compartments that are the boundaries for all the states, provinces? Like, you mean the country's state? Like, what states? What states we talking? That sounds like you need a big wall for that. And like, oh my goodness, like I don't even know. What would that be made of? It couldn't be made of something like resin, because then it would be way too heavy for the wall. Maybe it could be 3D printed from plastic into pieces. That's my thought. Who is she? Who's that lady? Who's that lady? Who's that? It's Lee. It's Lee. Lee makes trash. She doesn't make trash. She's also does like Procreate type things that are really neat. But she's the person that's printing the giraffe shelf. This is her. She's the one printing it. Yep. That was kind of a detour. But now I'm actually mad. Paper insects. Maybe if I look for them here, I can find them. Nope. 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 Ooh. Yeah. Will it be what the province wants about itself, or what you want about the province? Yeah. Also, it's funny that you want a wall of candy after talking that Halloween merch rots your teeth. Like, I make that one make sense. Okay, you can't. Okay. Cool. No, it's not a problem. I just wasn't sure if you were saying Halloween merch rots your teeth like fuck candy, or if you're just saying I wish it didn't do this so I could enjoy candy. It seems like it's more the latter than the former. Are they not made of paper? Maybe they're not made of paper? Insects. Or resin. Fake. I should put fake. Or else I'm gonna get real guys, and I don't want this. I don't want this. Look, that's when you know it's real. As long as it's not diabetes. Or other things. Like, there are other ways that too much sugar can really mess with your body. I'm gonna turn this down, and here, I hope that doesn't change things. It shouldn't, right? I don't think it does. Yeah, no, I just needed it softer in my ears. Now mad. Fake insects. 2D. Plastic. See, I put 2D and they put fake bugs that move. That doesn't sound like 2D at all. No, I don't want a fake butterfly knife. What is the name of this company? Maybe if I look on Etsy, I can get my answer. Moth and Myth. Just like that. That's all I fucking needed. Paper butterflies. They're paper. Butterflies. Cut out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Aren't these awesome? This is what people use. So that they can have the look of preserving life in resin without actually, you know, having life die for this. Right? Like, look at this. Look at these colors. Insane. But I'm glad I found that. I feel better now. Where did we start? We started on the Instagrams so that I could show you shelves. And I did that. And now it's time to go back to the shelf that I was making. So yeah, with that in mind, this shelf is kind of large. It's not going to be able to really be held in my hand. And that makes it a pretty gargantuan task. I mean, preservation isn't life. Preservation is life in stasis, which I wouldn't say is particularly living. I mean, it is. It's more of surviving, like comatose. But worse, because like really like preservation, if you keep anything in resin, then yes, it's been preserved, but yes, it might have died at a different point by a different meme. I don't know. I don't know. I personally feel weird about it. You can feel however you want about it. It don't bother me. I'm not trying to put living things in resin. I do have a friend that was catching cicadas from the big brood that happened this year. She was putting them in her freezer so that she could put them in resin later. I don't think she ever got around to doing that, now that I think about it, because now she doesn't live where she was holding them in her freezer. I don't know. I have no idea. Um, but yeah, this is the shelf that I made that is working. Although something that was interesting that isn't visible here but showed up when she put it in the printing program were these weird lines in the bottom. So I'm going to have to add extra resin to gloss over them and fill that in so it doesn't look like that, which kind of sucks. I'm also going to have to do my own sanding and everything because she doesn't do any post-processing. She prints it and she sends it to you. And she's like, whatever you do with it after that is your choice, which is cool, but also means that I need to figure out how to do the shit because I've never done it before. But yeah, that's the giraffe. So then, you know, you get in your head and you think, I could do this again, yeah? I could do this again. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to see if I can actually do it again. So far, I've not been as successful as I would like because they're playing me right now. I want to delete this face and it won't let me because it keeps saying it's a different face. What if I delete this edge? It took the whole thing with it. Dissolve it? What just happened? Did I just like inhale a hair? Whoa. I swear I was just breathing and now all of a sudden I got little floaters. What the hell? Ugh. And there's no more cough. That was so bizarre. That was so bizarre. Yes, water is a thing that I could be drinking, huh? What if I delete this edge? Nothing happens because I put that edge there. Why are they all connected to this point? I feel like that doesn't make sense. Can I... Why are they all connected to this one point? I don't like that. But if I try to just remove these edges... I lose the vertices. I don't want to lose the vertices, I just want to lose these connector points, as if, like, I just don't understand why they're all connected here. And I don't... Like, that didn't... What does split do if it just makes a... I don't... Will that do it? Is that actually a different thing? That's interesting. So... by making an edge from the vertex. I thought that I'd be making an edge, but apparently, to make an edge from the vertices, I have to click connect vertex path, which is different. I don't know why, and I don't like that. Everything that's underneath here needs to go. So, but but maybe not? How do I want this to look? The thing is, okay, here's what needs to happen. I want this to seamlessly merge with this, so that this becomes the bottom of this. The issue is, if I remove all of these points that are overlapping, then I kind of create these new segments that aren't connected to anything, which is to say they might not connect to the spot that I want them to connect either. Let's find out. Oh, there's so many vertices here. Turn on snapping, merge vertices at snap. Oh, you know what though? I have to select this one too to do that. Boop, 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 and then do that, and then move it. Why won't it let me move it? Oh, because of the way that snapping increments? Yeah, that makes sense. You're excused? I said snap here. Why are you snapping there? I don't know why that's happening, and I don't like it. There's no justification for such a thing. Because now, why? Why, Sway? Why? They're both meshes. Do I have to extrude this first? I really don't want to. Because then it'll be even more vertices to remove that I really don't want to. Where's the edge? Ah! What's it look like now? Kind of weird. Ooh, ooh, smooth, pretty, pretty. Okay, so now we just need to. What? Why does this look? Oh, that's why. Then we move it down. No, we're not gonna snap right now. Thank you. Thank you, though. We are gonna rotate a little bit. Not that much, buddy boy. More like... Not even that. Nope. Okay, so 89.9 is what I'm looking for. Yes. Or maybe 89.8? Yes. 89.8 is the rotation that I'm looking for. Fantastic. Now... the milkshake. Do I extrude this now? Yes. Actually, I don't, because I want to fill this in. Because then it's... I don't really want to deal with. I wonder if I can actually dissolve these edges? No, because then I wouldn't... Then I'd have to figure out how to fill the face, and I don't want to do that either. No, this is better, this is better. Now... we go out of that. No, we go back into this. We select all. And we extrude. How tall is this? It's 1? Undo. Ah! Can I... If I solidify this, what happens? Ooh. No, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna make everything else this thickness. This kind of looks off center. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh no, it has to look like that. That's okay. Maybe it's not actually off center, it's just my imagination. It's because I rotated it. No, but I rotated it more the other way. Oh. We're gonna stop fiddling with that right now. Wow, it's 6 o'clock? That's insane. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop soon because it's dinner night. And I haven't gotten ready at all because I started early and thought I was gonna do the resin and stop, but then I started doing more things. Does that look the same thickness to you? It does to me. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me delete this face too. Weird. Wait. Why did deleting that face make... I'm gonna have to do some finagling. Oh, can I not affect this because it's just the way that it's... I don't like that. Let's go back and undo history and see what we can do here. I might have to union these before and see what happens. Why did it create this gap? I don't like that. Why did it do that? Do I actually want to apply this? Not really. I just want to keep it like this. And then... what's it look like? Oh. Why? Why? Can it not do shapes like this? Is this too complex for it? Let's see what happens. When I apply that, then solidify. Is it really too complex for this? I am doing... hold on. There's another mode. It just doesn't look right. Ugh. Huh. I'm not completely sure how to actually. Sorry for clapping that close to the mic. There was a bug and it was annoying me and it had to go. It had to go. It was about to land on the mic, it was about to get in my eye, it was about to do some annoying shit. Is it progress? I don't know. I had to undo everything and I'm almost certain that it's still gonna do something I don't want. Because, oh, you know what? Okay. Here's what has to, if I convert this to a mesh, then I actually get all the edges. And then I can do this. I can get a face, boop, and delete this face, and delete this face. I don't know what I just deleted. I don't like that. What did I just delete? Oh, let's delete this face. And then we grab the edges. Okay, you were right, it's progress. We're doing things, it's working. I need to keep this distance. How do I... Then what has to happen is this also has to be solidified. This just looks a little too thick. Oh. Wait, how far are the mushrooms? Hold on, let me check. Everything's moving along. Still have an hour to go though. So that's unfortunate. I didn't realize I started it so late, or that they were gonna take so long. Maybe a little bit of both. Oh, you know, I guess. Why is it not considering this an edge that can be... Oh no. Select linked. Oh, it's gonna be all of them. No. 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 Why? Why is it not? Why? I'm gonna have to go in and click every single individual edge right now. Look at all these tiny little annoying ass fucking edges. There's a function where you should be able to click all of the... Maybe because it's not a... Oh, you know what? It's not a closed shape. I can't click it because there's not a closed shape. There is no wall that is uniquely it. So that sucks. But does that mean that I won't be able to fill the region either? Oh no, I didn't think about that. Didn't think about that at all. Kind of don't like this extra lip that this has going on either. To think that I'll have to resize this right now? Oh my gosh. This is too small. That's better. Now there's not really a lip or an overhang that was there before. Yikes. I was supposed to fill this back before I extended it, because I filled this, I just didn't fill the back. I don't know why I didn't, and now it's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. That sucks. Oh no. I also don't know how I'm going to select them all. Fuck. This is not ideal. In a lot of ways, it is not ideal. Um, maybe because it's got depth though. I can not solidify. My bad. Decimate. Remove a lot of these excess faces. Now it looks a lot simpler. So simple, even, that it will connect some things. This is one. Oh no. I somewhat fixed it. It looks a little bit simpler. It's still a lot of, I'm still gonna have to do some manual entry here. I'm so afraid that I'm gonna miss a portion of this. It did best efforts. Okay, so then we're just gonna simplify it again. See what happens. Nothing happens. This is as simplified as it can get. Okay, that's fine. That's still pretty good. Dude, I fixed it. I'm finished. As far as I think I'm. Hmm. Is there a gap? There is a gap. Wow, I'm ugh, that's not good. Not to mention this is empty. Yikes. I need this to be flush with this. How do I do that in the way that I want? Oh, when did you get over here? Did I do that? When did I do that? Where? What? Set origin to geometry. Where does it put it? Why does it put it over there? That's an odd place to put the center of this, but I guess because it's working from whatever. I don't know. Right, so why is it whatever. Weird that because of its union, the center of the geometry is not actually the center of the geometry. Why? Why is your 0 different than your 0? Like, what, where, why is it not global? What? Why are these not? Because now I don't know how to really align them. I just... Now you're at some obscure height. Like, why? 0.2? Why is 0.2 year 0? You don't even make sense. I just make it make sense. And then, of course, it's not right in this direction. Because why not? And now it's too far forward. There a gap? Now there's a gap. We're gonna put them together. What? Well, don't know why, but there are gaps. Where are your dimensions? Oh, is it because I'm not in object mode? Oh, shit. Because I was in edit mode, it added the cube directly to the shape as opposed to adding the mesh separately as its own entity. Very bizarre. .178.242 is why. Like, what? Why are they all at different heights? I just don't like that. Bingo bango. A shell. Powered. Feel unstoppable. I don't know why I'm whispering, but it relates. Okay. What's ASMR? Homie whispering? Ha. If me whispering is pleasant to your ears, I'm glad. Me whispering just, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's unnecessary. I think it's because there's so many times when people have said use your inside voice to me, and I'm like, you're trying to tell me I can only be loud when I'm outside? Like somehow the space can handle my voice then, but this room cannot contain me? Oh no. So, I don't know. I only whisper when I feel like it, not when people tell me. And even then, I don't really whisper that often because I don't feel like it. Oh, there was this one time I did a stream that was all whispers because I wanted to see if it would decrease the likelihood of the mic blowing out. It did not. It just sounded weirder. So that was fun. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. That's really all the crafting that I wanted to do today. And because it's dinner night, I'm gonna have to end before I would usually end because I gotta go get ready for dinner. And I haven't done anything today to get ready for dinner, so I need to do that. I need to take a shower. And I also, because I got a surgery, and they were like, don't get it wet for 24 hours. And I was like, okay, easy peasy. Don't shower for 24 hours. Cool. No one will see me. It'll be fine. But now people will see me, so I have to go outside and shower. Or not go outside and shower. Shower and go outside. So, I'll see y'all tomorrow. At some point. Don't know when, but sometime tomorrow. And it'll either be more resin things, or I'll be playing a game. Oh, dude. Bail, guess what? RimWorld's on sale. It's at, like, one of its... Do you know it's, like, never been on sale? The lowest it's ever been is 17%. It's literally only ever been 17% off, and right now it's 10% off at $30. RimWorld is on sale, if you're curious. I'm still not about to buy it, but apparently it's on sale. Bruh. I won't. It's just like, really? $30 for one game when I've played like a $15 game that does all the same things and makes me happy? What's RimWorld really about to do that's gonna rock my world? What is it going to do? I need to know. Because if it can't, you're saying it's light games I play, and that's fine. I play games like this, but it's also twice as much as them. So, like, what's it about to do that's so magnificent, other than being like the games that I love? Because it's not like the graphics are that remarkable. I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do to you. That sentence doesn't sentence to me. Oh. I mean, what am I going to do to what am I going to do to RimWorld? What's RimWorld? That's like what you're asking me, what am I going to do for RimWorld? What? Yo. I think Destiny's got your mind a little bonkers. What am I going to do for the game? It's about the mods? See, but okay, here's the thing. I was talking a big game about Stardew Valley's mods. I don't use them. Well, first, because I don't actually know how to do it. There are plenty of instructions on how. Every time I've tried it doesn't really work out. Second, sometimes I like to see what people wanted the game to be. It's kind of like how you could watch movies or things with commentary, but I like to see, or like listen to an album however you want, like just pick random songs and be like, yeah, okay, I'll listen to this. But like pretty much every time I listen to an album, I listen to it start to finish, just because I like to see how musicians put their things together and think that things flow in that way. Sometimes I'll surely skip over a song, but I do listen start to finish. Damn. But I don't know. Yeah, like Skyrim has a bunch of mods that I've never used, and there's so many mods for Skyrim, and I loved that game, played it to death, but never put any mods on it. And I've put like over 100 hours into Stardew Valley without mods, so like the game's got my attention. How I decide to play it with the mods, it's just like, what? The developers from Ukraine? Man. I mean, everything's a time commitment, you know? Games take investment. If it doesn't have your investment, then it doesn't have your heart. Is that why it's on sale, though, maybe? To get more people to buy it and put more money into the hands of the developer? That'd be... Now I gotta look. RimWorld developers said that Steam Deck updates to help the game run better were delayed due to attacks on Russia, because the developers are Ukrainian, in fact, yes. Wow, yeah. And a lot of sports and esports industries are pulling support from esports teams from Russia. They're pulling them from competitions. So, yeah, it's really happening. It's always really happening, but it's like on a more global scale now because, you know, it's white people. Yo, if you have RimWorld and you get me RimWorld, you're essentially promising that you're gonna tell me how to play this game. Because it's you gotta explain how the game goes. You're trying to say there's not much that could get you to put hours into it. How many hours did you put into it? You've been talking a big game about this game, but you don't play it anymore. Why is that? Cause like, ask me to play Stardew one day and I'll play it. I'm not saying I wouldn't be able to play it. I'm just saying you're making it sound like, oh, excuses. But I understand. I mean, you don't have to. You could just, you put Windows 11 on yours. You know, they said that this computer doesn't handle it. They said, your computer doesn't have the capacity to do it. So that's how that goes. Wait, fuck. I said bye like 20 minutes ago. I still have to get ready and I would like to eat. We will continue this. RimWorld's gonna be on sale all weekend, so you've got time to think about this. But I've gotta go get ready for foods. Okay. Goodbye. Enjoy your Friday nights. Talk to you later.